please have the East African anthem?
Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tuijenge jumuiya yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, mila zetu na desturi zetu.
Thank you very much. Can we please take our seats? I think we need to teach that in our schools a little bit more. Ladies and gentlemen, before we get started, we definitely need our good Lord to bless our function so that our day can go well. I would like to invite Reverend Edison Abasa, Diocesan Secretary, and he's the representative for the Bishop of Ankole. Thank you very much.
Let us pray. Father, God Almighty, we thank you for such a beautiful day, for such an opportunity when we meet here together purposely to learn from you and the people you have sent to us to teach us, to give us information so that by the end of the day, we may join the team that is going to partner in adding to the innovations of this great nation, Uganda, as we grow the economy of Uganda. We thank you for the safe arrival of our chief guest, General Salim Saleh. We thank you, our Heavenly Father, for Uganda Development Bank. We thank you for Operation Wealth Creation. And we thank you, our Heavenly Father, for the initiative of the government of Uganda to bring such a symposium to this great region of Ankole. And so as we meet here, O God, we pray that you bless this function, that it will run well, that whoever comes here to speak, Heavenly Father, you will guide them on how to bless the people that have gathered here. We commit everything into your hands and continue to be our Lord and King as we do everything in this place to the glory and honor of your name. And now may the blessing of God Almighty, Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit be upon us all as we go through this function now and forever.
Thank you very, very much. I've been asked to be very official and not move around for pictorial moments. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 3rd Uganda Investment Symposium in Ankole region. We're very excited to be here. In partnership with Uganda Development Bank and Operation Wealth Creation. There would never be a better partnership. Ladies and gentlemen, General Salim Saleh, thank you so much for honoring our invite and being a part of this development journey. Mr. Francis Tumuhere, UDB Board, Mrs. Patricia Ojangole, the Permanent Secretary, Ms. Geraldine Sally, for the Ministry of Industry and Trade, thank you for honoring our invite. All the ministers from the Ankole sub-region, members of parliament from the Ankole sub-region, development partners, for without you, all this that we're doing, the journey that we are taking to inspire development in Uganda would not be possible. The MDAs, all the political heads to stand with us to ensure that even that person deep down in the village can be able to benefit from everything that we're trying to do as Uganda Development Bank. All our partners, all our sponsors, all protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being here today. We humbly apologize for starting a little bit later than usual, but we know how important this is. As they always say, better late than never. I would like to introduce myself. I'll be your host throughout the day. My name is Barbara Kasekende, third day on the job as Head Business Advisory, Uganda Development Bank. Thank you so much again for having us. And also, I would like to get into the program. My co-host is somewhere and he'll be around to ensure that he lets us go through the ceremony. Would you like to come and introduce yourself so that they can see you as well?
Thank you, Barbara. I wish I had just half of her energy. My name is Joshua Alan Mwesiga. I'm the Director of Strategy and Corporate Affairs, and I will be the co-host this morning and through the day.
Thank you, Josh, as he's called. So let's get straight into the program of the day. But again, ladies and gentlemen, just to let you know that Uganda, being the country that we are, we need to work together to make sure that we develop and grow together. It's not just the government, it's not just the development organizations, it's not just local government, it is all of us. It starts with you and I to ensure that this country gets to where it needs to be. If we're talking about the youth, let's deal it. If we're talking about women, let's deal it. If we're talking SMEs, let's deal it. And Ankole region, that is why we're here today. We're here to deal it and ensure that whatever it is that we do, even as UDB, we're doing according to what needs to be done in your region to ensure that you prosper and you thrive. And that's why we're here today. So without a further ado, I would like to invite Honorable Robert Mwesigwa to come and give us our opening remarks. He's the chair for the National Organizing Committee. Over to you. Can I bring you the mic? You walk over. Okay. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Our chief convener, the coordinator, OWC, General Salim Saleh, the sponsors of this symposia, UDB, and again, OWC. Our convener, before us, we have a combination of different categories, of different clusters, as guided by yourself for us to have this conversation touching the Great Ankole people. We have the political side, my colleagues in Parliament. I've seen some like Honorable Naomi Chivar here. We have OWC. We have technical people, both from local leadership and the central government. I can see Pamela, the national chair of NPA. I can see Geraldine Sari, the permanent secretary, Minister of Trade. I can see technical people from UDB board members. I can see representation of different government agencies, NADS, and others. However, as you guided us, we have other categories of SMEs and the youth. Before I proceed, may I invite the students from different universities, vocational institutions, and tertiary institutions, put up your hands. General, as you guided us, we want to bring this conversation to the real people, to the biggest number of our population. The Great Ankole Symposium. This is the third symposia we have held in the country since 2019. The first one was held in Arua for West Nile. The second one was in Fort Portal for Rwenzori region. Now, the third one, and post-lockdown, is in Great Ankole in Barra City. This initiative is an initiative of OWC and UDB, and it's consistent with government programs, i.e., the manifesto of NRM talks about regional symposiums, and this is part of the implementation of the manifesto. When you go the parish model, they talk about developing up from the parishes, and this conversation is promoting that approach. Why symposiums? Our economy has been kind of imbalanced. When you go to Kampala, it's now 11:30. Just as a simple, the technical people will guide us, and the Geraldines in trade, got any mall in Kampala this time, got any restaurant, and you see the purchasing capacity. That's when you will know, and you compare to Barra City here, go to any restaurant, you'll find it empty. Why? Where is the problem? In the 60s, our convener, Mbara town then, or municipality or council, had showrooms of brand new cars. The only showroom, Geraldine, we have in our country, you find them in Kampala. Why? Do we ask ourselves? When we go to our neighboring country, Kenya, you go to Nakuru, go to Eldoret, go to Mombasa, and indeed Nairobi, you find brand new cars. Our chief convener, I was sharing with Dr. Kazire, who are the rich people we have around, but these are rich peasants. What we have in the suburbs of Kampala, we have rich peasants. What is a peasant? A peasant is that person, whether you have money, big monies, but you still think, live in the traditional way. If you are doing agriculture, is your agriculture modernized? And this is a conversation we are bringing here to ask. The president has guided that Africa lost the first industrial revolution. We lost the second. We lost the third. We are almost losing the fourth. That now, in the fifth industrial revolution, we must run and jump into the bus and have the same conversation as those developed countries. That's part of the reason we come to share with the down person in order for them to be aligned with that kind of thinking. What are the advantages of these kind of symposiums? One, I gave an example the other day. When you go to New York earns $49 billion per year because of this kind of organization. When you hear that presidents have gone to New York for UN meeting, the New Yorkers are earning money. When this symposium come here, the hotel owners add it, Lakeview, Igongo, Mutasa Kafero, earn money. That is local tourism. When we come here, part of our program, our chief convener, OWC, has organized a coffee table book, which tells the story of Great Ankole. I can challenge anyone, our colleagues who are there, the youth. If you ask any tourist attraction here, most likely they don't know, they have no idea, and they have never gone there. But we have the technology, the fourth industrial revolution. Ask anything in Dubai, they will tell you the story. Ask anything in China or Europe, it shows about the imbalance I'm talking about. And this kind of symposia bridges that. Market your own. Protect your own culture before you talk the conversation of others. Our great fathers, the Kwame Nkrumahs, the Nyerere, talked about this conversation some time back. And our challenge now is for us to put the same conversation to our country, to our regions, to our communities, and the young people like the youth. Conclusively, Mr. Convener, this is an interactive discussion. As you guided us, we have a panel of technical people, but we need more of the ground to tell us, and we agree on the way forward. And he's been very passionate about that he hates this kind of conversation coming from Kampala with Kampala ideas, and we want to push them to our people when we don't know what actually is on the ground. And I can assure you, our chief guest, we are pushing that conversation, and in terms of our output, we shall see it that we have achieved your intentions. I don't want to share with our people guests here our repeat in West Nile, but I can assure you we have learned and we have adjusted general. With those many words, where we made any mistakes, I want to apologize on behalf of the National Organizing Committee. Remember, this is post-lockdown. We are guided to follow SOPs of Ministry of Health, presidential directives. Before we commit anything, we must be guided from the top. And that's why we have some delays in communicating. With those many words, I wish you a very successful 3-day symposium, interactive, guide us where you can, but we shall achieve our intentions for God and my country. Thank you.
Another hand of applause for Honorable Rukari. And I think Honorable Rukari did mention that this is indeed an interactive symposium and really aimed at finding practical solutions to problems or challenges that affect the region, and to explore every opportunity to optimize the resources in this region. And against that background, I would like to invite the Regional Coordinator, Operation Wealth Creation, Kanojoram Bashaija, to just give context to the opportunities in the region, as well as give an insight on what OWC is doing in the region. You're welcome.
Our Chief of Staff, the Command of Operation Wealth Creation, General Afande Salim Sari. I want to take this opportunity and take you through some of the roles of Operation Wealth Creation in Ankole region. It was on 16th February 2022 when we got invitation from Uganda Development Bank that they are in the region for Ankole Business Symposium. We teamed up with them. I called upon my coordinators within the districts and the constituencies, because it was all a short time. We hurriedly moved down and managed to mobilize the people you are seeing here in this hall. We have our partners who are here with us, and we had even organized some who are supposed to show cases and give their achievements. My name's Colonel Joram Bashija, Regional Coordinator, Operation Wealth Creation. My reports are, we cover the progressive of the operations since 2013 to date. Introduction. Operation Wealth Creation was launched by His Excellency the President in July 2013 as a collective intervention to facilitate Ugandans in socio-economic transformation. The primary objective was to raise household income by turning subsistence farmers into commercial farmers to eradicate poverty and create wealth to the communities. The region comprises of 13 districts, including Mbarara City, with 34 constituencies, but out of that 11 had no coordinators, sir. We have got partnership with institutions like Bishop Stewart University, Empower Youth in Technology, Excel Hot Concert Incubation Center, Bushen Youth Demonstration Farm, Mbarara University of Science and Technology, Western Ankole Diocese, Ankole Diocese, Mbarara District Farmers Association, and other institutions of high learning. Afande sir, I have organized, I have established households in this region, but I request not to read all of them. The families, households who have mobilized, sensitized, and have given them our inputs. Our inputs include coffee, include tea, include citrus, heifers, dairy farms, goats, and mentioned. Sir, we have managed to mobilize, sensitize, distribute inputs to 1 million household, 627 households. The enterprises we have, as I mentioned, we have distributed, but I will not go in details to mention every enterprise. Sir, I have a breakdown of enterprises we have given in this region. We have received, I leave it. I can take you through our achievements. We have mobilized communities and veterans into farm groups in different enterprises like coffee, dairy farming, poultry, piggery, among farmers, and also we have raised the the participating in planning, developing district priorities, selection of enterprises, and verification of beneficiaries. Performing with other stakeholders like Bishop Stewart University, Empower Youth in Technology, Excel Hot Consult Incubation Center, Bushen Youth Demonstration Farm, Mbarara, District Farm Association, Badifa. These are institutions which we give our inputs and they train, identify youth in agribusiness skills in the region. Other partners include Corporate Development Authority, religious institutions, churches, mosques, local government, and the DDA. The poverty level countrywide before our intervention was estimated at 68%. But due to our intervention in the region, it is estimated to have reduced up to 39%. This can be realized in every sub-county. For example, people have solar-powered houses, milk collecting centers, produce stores, grinding machines, among others. So, by 2017, 40 tractors were distributed through Operation Wealth Creation to cattle corridor for this region, which increased pasture growing, high yield of dairy products, that estimated value addition in those products. Our mobilization and sensitization of farmers have made us form farm groups. So, we have increased intervention between the youth and the community, and they are now participating in other government job creation programs like Myoga and Youth Livelihood Fund. So, and our dear partners, this is what I've taken you through. Thank you very much. Okay, challenges, sir. The region has been some workshops about parish development model in the region. About 3 have taken place and who have not been invited. We look at it as a challenge in the future when we come to participate in a parish development model. Not yet, sir. And delay of call of orders and late delivery of inputs. The demand does not meet the supply. That is what we demand. After creating demands, the supplies are always less. Recommendations are, in order to overcome the above challenges, we appeal for a quick intervention. Water for irrigation is required in order to overcome for challenge of prolonged drought in this region. That's my thoughts, sir.
Thank you very much, Kano Joram Biabashaija. We've had what is happening in the region. It is very commendable. And I think for me, what really stands out for me is the agriculture sector and what you're doing in this region in that space. That is extremely commendable, especially where young people are concerned. I also listened to some figures, the 39%, which is the reduction, maybe just to get that clarity. So that is how much the poverty rate reduced, by 39%. That is really commendable as well. Thank you very, very much. And also, the fact that you are actually partnering with university, Bishop Stewart University. Are there any students from Bishop Stewart University here? No? None? Yay. It's nice to see you guys. So it's nice to see that we have young people, and it's not 40s, 50s plus in such symposiums, because they're the ones that actually man, and they are the future of this country. So thank you so, so much, Kano. And of course, up next, now that we've had the challenges, we've seen what is happening, we know what is going on, and they've even given us the recommendations, which is exquisite. It's about time, I think, we had from our chief guest your thoughts. You know, what is the future for the region, for the young people? I mean, this is Operation Wealth Creation. Every Ugandan has to prosper. And there's no better person to show us the direction and where the future lies. Yeah, he was it. Yeah. Ah. Okay. Do we have I think we have a Patrick Musinguzi. Can we please have Patrick Musinguzi come give us some words?
The Chief Coordinator, Operation Wealth Creation, and our chief guest today, honorary members of Parliament present, the organizers of this symposium, those are from OWC and UDB, exhibitors, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Patrick Musinguzi, the District Commercial Officer for Isinjiro District. Our chief guest, like we have demanded, a report from the district commercial officers in the region. First of all, before I proceed, I wish to first recognize them. The district commercial officers who are in this symposium, can you stand up for recognition? You can even come, you can even join. Our chief guest, first and foremost, is that we want to bring it to your attention, of course, from the statistics of OWC, is that this region is actually the Canaan of Uganda. It's the land of milk and honey. However, we are still at a low stage where we are still in production, but we haven't taken off to a better stage of value addition. Now, the greater Ankole, as you're aware, includes about 13 districts, which are represented by these ladies and gentlemen, whose main role is to promote trade and local economic development in their respective districts. We are in charge of supporting the businessmen, the business community, providing them with market linkage, after production, and also skilling the businessmen on how to, especially in value addition and then marketing their products. Now, when you look at this region, our chief guest, there are some potential areas that we wish to bring to attention, the potential areas of investment. Of course, there are many, but we have tried to bring out the major or the main, considering the levels of production that we have in the region. Now, Mbara has just gained the city status, so there is a business opportunity of expansion and creation of industries in this city, in this new city of ours. The population has increased. Actually, since the announcement or since the born of our city, the population has increased, which attracts industrial development. Then, this region is actually blessed with the the high production of bananas. So it means there is the potential for investment in banana processing, including wine, making of chips and other products that are made out of matoke. Isinjiro is the highest producer, then Rwampara, and actually even others, even Chiruhura, which we thought at first was only for cattle, but they also steadily growing into a serious business, a banana growing hub. Then ecotourism. This region is also blessed with ecotourism potential. Look at Isinjiro, where I come from, is that they have all those historical sites. Even where does anybody know that the first man to make fire did it in Isinjiro? Yes? Some people don't know. So, but, hey, in Shunjezi. And then, actually, all the districts, they are all potential areas for ecotourism. Then, with our milk, in the region, actually, in the entire of Uganda, we're actually the highest producers of milk. But unfortunately, we don't have any processing machine, any process equipment. The equipment that are there, they are still from, we don't have local investors. And that's why our farmers are still exploited in terms of pricing because they do not run their own processing machines. Tea in Igara, that side of Ushenyi, and Shema, there's need for processing of tea. Then coffee, this region is also a hub for coffee growing. And we only stop at the FAQ, or what they call clean. So if we could advance or would have some investment that will go an extra mile beyond the FAQ, then it can be a good investment opportunity. Then the grain processing, then the mining. We have some minerals in Isinjiro. We have minerals. There are minerals in Hwezu. There is even gold. There is fulcrum in Tungamo. So all those are potential areas of investment. Then challenges. One of the most challenges is the poor agro-inputs. I know the OWC have tried their best to sort out the problem, but still poor agro-inputs still affect both livestock and even crop farming. So that's one of the challenges. Then there is low capital, especially low long-term capital. Most of the capital that our businessmen get from the financial institutions, they are normally short-term and they cannot solve their problems. Then there is also high interest rate for commercial banks. Thanks to the government that now we are coming up with the parish development model, where farmers or at the production level or at whatever small level, they will access finances at a very interest rate. Then there is lack of storage facilities. Of course, now that we are engaged in production, most of our products are perishable and do not have standard storage facilities to keep our products in the shelf for a long time, and so that when during time of off-season, we are still able to supply. So you'll find that because the over fluctuation is caused by the perishability of those products, because they cannot be kept for long so that they cater for the time when they are off. Now, this is what we propose our guest of honor to sort out some of the challenges that we have mentioned. The first one is setting up industrial parks. This one was actually discussed with our honorable member of parliament, Mr. Robert, about setting up industrial parks, and also consistency in such kind of programs like these symposiums, which can also support people in skilling and ensure that people who have come here, they are not going to go back the same. Then promoting the buy Ankole, build Ankole. I know we have it at a wider perspective of buy Uganda, build Uganda, but it must begin at the smallest level. No, but now look at people who have begun, at least even the little that has started being processed, like wine. In the supermarket, somebody would actually prefer wine that is, I don't know where Focus is produced. South Africa. So why don't we have a heart that I first buy Rock Hill wine, which is produced by my neighbor that I know, before I can go to? Then with that spirit, we can have a wider perspective of the building of the Buy Uganda, build Uganda. But it must start at the village level. I must first support my neighbor here to buy what he produces. Then I can support at the entire nation. Thank you so much. Our guest of honor, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Mr. Msenguzi. You were right. I like the Baba. And actually, now that we're talking about Baba, we have a lot of booths in the back. Please go and see what Ankole region has to offer. It is actually here.
But Barbara, you need to grade in their submission. How would you grade it? The OWC, they provided the inputs, they have quantified them, but the demand for the commercial officers, Geraldine, is not specified. They are telling us want storage, but how much storage and where? And if you are giving marks, I don't know how you are going to give, because these ones gave what they planted. Now the demand for machinery, you bring back the commercial people.
So to that point as well, even in our business advisory under Uganda Development Bank, those are some of the issues that we are going to be tackling.
If I was him, I would say we want a banana machine for like this. We want like milk coolers like this. It should be demand. We have come here, we came all the way from Kampala, but you are not demanding, you are just telling us stories.
Patrick, over to you.
Thank you, our chief guest. So, now, out of the stories now, our chief guest, let me take this honor to at least present you the most pressing needs that our people need. Now, in terms of crop production, we badly need the machines or the factories that can manufacture, that can process bananas. Yes. Well, in regards to the type, I'm not confident with the type and the size and whatever, but at least I know that we need it. In Isinjiro, especially, which is the biggest producer of matoke. Then, when it comes to
how many maize millers do you have in your region? How many coffee hallers do you have in the region? What are their problems? Because those are your agricultural processing facilities. That's after the parish model, that's where we get to the millers and both coffee and maize. The milk coolers, there are many we know, but the milling for posho and then the coffee, how many do you have in the region?
Okay. In the region, on average, each district has around 30 on average of those milling machines. That is, I'm excluding those ones that were supported by, we also had some support from CAIP. But on average, each district, those ones that are of a good grade, about 30 each in each district. Almost 4 years. They all process at the first level, which they call the clean. We don't go beyond that. Just moving the outer part of the coffee bean and stop there, and then we export that. We cannot get the flour. Yes, in terms of capital, of course, one is that most of in coffee, most of the farmers are grouped in cooperatives. And then they largely supply to Ankole Coffee Cooperative, and then Banyankole Cooperative. And then when it comes to getting finance, they have been largely financed by Microfinance Support Center because it has low interest rates. And then the local commercial banks, though they give at a slightly higher interest rates, and then the SACCOs at their levels.
How much do you give yourself in terms of marks if it was on 100?
For this presentation,
Yes.
well, of course, my presentation lacks some statistics. I can agree, especially when it comes to the technical.
So you grade yourself and we see.
I can give myself 85%.
No. I think you are like around 55. The spirit is there, but really you didn't prepare to. Because this is Uganda Development Bank.
Okay.
If they found you with a clear path, you would have the money today. But the way you are talking here now, I'm sure they are going to say, oh, they are going to now to have a reason. Because if you said, I have 1,000 coffee mirrors, they mill this amount of coffee, like that. And that's why the Kaseke now is there. So, because this is UDB, you got, they are capitalized now to the level of 1 trillion. So they came here to look for business, and you are giving them stories. So 55%, I think, is okay. At least you have passed. You know, for me, I failed economics in Ngabo here. You should get it, because now this was your chance, and that's what I was telling the organizers. You first provoke the locals to come out with their demand.
Okay.
But now you can see the effective demand is 0. So, good luck, but somebody wants to help you there. There.
You also wanted to help, huh? Dorothy, let me get the mic to you.
Thank you very much. My name is Elijah Mshemeza. I'm a member of Parliament, Shema County South. I think this is a very important opportunity for us to have such a symposium. I was provoked by lack of statistics and data. And I thought the commercial officer would be polite enough and say, let's go back, organize ourselves. And I'm ready to provide my expertise as a researcher. So give us a time frame, I help them. We come up with a document with data and what we need. Because this is the first of its kind in Ankole region. And when we're in Parliament, people think that in Ankole we are okay. Everything is fine. Now an opportunity has come, we are not prepared. But General, give us some time. I will help these commercial officers. But some of these commercial officers also corrupt, you know. I also have to say this, because we have had challenges elsewhere. You are given money and then you begin. Let's have time. I'll provide myself to them if they are willing to work with me. We put up some document, and we have some concrete. We may not be a jack of all trades and a master of none. We can come up with some specific areas, with data, with needs, and present to you, and help us. Because this thinking that Ankole is fine, everything is okay, is false. And we should take this opportunity. Thank you very much, but I'm still around. We'll exchange ideas on other issues.
Do we have like an effective demand from the members of parliament?
Yes, it is there, but the problem is that people tend to work individually. But now we have started coming together as Ankole region. If you have been noticing in the media, supporting each other in fundraising, but those are not sustainable. Coming on a fundraising, giving 1 million, 2 million, it is not sustainable. We need something that should actually take us from production to value addition. Yes, and with the mobilization we are doing in the parish model, if we are not careful, people are going to surprise us with the commodities, and we shall have no market. But if they are processed, they can be kept for some time. But I liked the point that was raised by the commercial officer, which General you were wondering about buy Ankole. It can work. We produce our own wine and some other things. If we buy them, others will also like them. Why should you buy 4 cousins and leave the wine which is produced here in, what is this towards the university? Kakoba. Yes. Even we can use this wine in churches for Holy Communion. Why not? That is a very big demand. I liked that point. So we can explore that, not only in Ankole, but in other areas. If there is another question that raised Parliament, I can also answer it now.
Thank you so much, Honorable. Thank you very much. But if you don't mind, yes, Ms. Geraldine Sully, the Permanent Secretary for Ministry of Trade, these are her people. I think she also needs to, give us a few words.
Thank you very much. I'm supposed to be discussing much later on, but I thought I should just come up and help my district commercial officers. Most of these people are under my docket. And thank you for that presentation. There were some keynotes. But I'm quite surprised that with all the homework that you've done, and indeed thank you, Honorable, for volunteering to help my people. We are team trade. There are about 4 dairies that I know here. These people don't know that there are dairy processing plants here. Afande, Amos Dairies was a plant that was got from India. When the government of India refused to continue producing milk, exporting milk in their country, and that the demand for their milk outstripped supply, they stopped exporting milk. What these people of Amos Dairies did, they looked for the whole of Africa for the best milk corridor in Africa, and they found that it was here in Ankole. And they came, talked to the president gave them land in Kageti, and they shipped just 20% of their equipment from India. The rest of it was done by Musa Bode in Katwe. Buy Uganda, build Uganda. And they are here producing milk, and the local people are actually buying their milk. But apart from that, we even have Pearl Dairies, GBK Dairy, Lakeside Dairy, Crane Creamers. So there are the most milk processing plants in Uganda are actually here in Ankole. But we can add on. Then, in terms of warehouses, under the parish development model, we have decided to map out all the warehouses across the country. And not only warehouses for dry foods, but also warehouses for the food that expires, like milk. And most of the creamers and the milk coolants are actually here. But we also need those at the airports. If most of our products are going to go out at the touch points of exit, we must have warehouses at each of the exit points, each of the border posts, so that we can actually export. I don't want to go so much into it and start a whole speech. Now that one, in fact, you were very generous with him, but I will maintain the marks you gave him for the sake of good order and courtesy. But in terms of preparation, I want people who are thorough. Don't come when you have financiers on one hand ready to give you money, and you're unprepared. Opportunity must find you ready. Yeah, it's called Juvat Fortuna. It means that you must always be ready. Fortune favors the bold. That's Latin. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Geraldine. I think we've gotten a context, General, on what is going on and what the people need. But one thing I can also say, Honorable, as well, please do not walk this journey alone, because Uganda Development Bank now has an advisory section that I personally head. I would like to definitely ensure that we walk this journey together, so that the next time an opportunity like this comes, we are all prepared. You're just coming to input and get it on the road, and let's develop Ankole to where it needs to be, to its glory. I think without a further ado, General, yes, a few words from you. At least we've had the context across the board.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Abanyankole murere muta? Murereje? Nyoni ndaga Buganda niyo ntura kuno yankore tinka izere kuna ije yunko nibyo nashanga yebi nabaretera banka ngo mugire bimwatesa nayo aho kuba government neza kuta esente ahamuruka region yanyu neja kutunga out of the 709 parishes you will get capitalized mwija kutamu omunshaho yemeruka neja kuba harmu 70.9 billion omunshaho zemyoga ya region yanyu hagiremu 17 billion ahamuruka ahamyoga you are going to be capitalized up 17 plus 70.9 is 87.9, almost 90 billion grassroots support. Now from that mwoga, I mean from the myoga, then you go to the what I wanted, the coffee mirrors, the maize mirrors, the milk coolers, the GNAT processing, APFs, agriculture processing facilities. Then from those, you go into regional incubation centers. It's almost finished, I think. Then from those incubation centers, you go into regional industrial parks. So nyo Buganda yintura habuka tingaragaga mchakantura Buganda itwarwani rutaro juria. I want to demonstrate to you me or what I do there. So I'll just give you a short video of where I come from, a place called Kapeka. Ninturum Charon Bacheta, Kororo village, Kapeka parish, Nakaseke district. So you watch that video first. This video is like 3 years old. Today, you push it on, switch on.
Welcome to Kapeka, home of revolution and vision, evident as the place that altered the course of history of our country during the NRA Bush War, under the leadership of General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Having started in 2013 under the visionary initiative of the President of Uganda, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, and the People's Republic of China, under the guidance of the CPPCC chairman, Mr. Wang Yang. Once again, the great leaders have chosen Kapeka to be Africa's industrial front for the people of Africa under the flagship of the Leo Shen Industrial Park. The Leo Shen Industrial Park is built on 5.2 square kilometers with an investment of $600 million. The Leo Shen Industrial Park will have 50 to 80 factories, 20,000 direct factory employees, over 50,000 indirect beneficiaries from the park, with business growth such as banking, logistics, health, recreation, to mention but a few. The government of Uganda has ensured that a direct electricity power station is dedicated to the park to ensure 100% efficiency, with a fully dedicated ICD center to cater for customs, clearing, and forwarding services, and an electricity power station. The Leo Shen Industrial Park is now a fully self-sustained complex, with 6 factories already operational, such as Ho and Mo Food Technology specializing in food processing, Gagaford producing crispy snacks from local farm produce, Dragon and Phoenix Electrical Technology producing electrical home appliances, Goodwill producing world-class ceramic tiles, Latex Textiles producing cloth for domestic usage, and Yaha International Investment Company Limited producing maize flour, with Nanan Shoes producing shoes, Jindi Agriculture Development producing vegetable oil from sesame and other agriculture tools, Tidy Fish producing fish nets and fishing gear, Goktaware producing workwear, Hua Hui International Group producing sanitary and kitchenware, Holy Love Photoelectric Technology producing LED lights, the Leo Shen Industrial Park project has received great support from the people of Uganda, its parliamentary representatives, and the government of Uganda, both at the executive level, national and personal capacities. The Ugandan government has set policies and investment initiatives such as free trade zone policies, 10-year tax holiday on income tax, free tax on construction material, plant, machinery, vehicle and raw material used for production, with Lioshen operational policies such as establishing service systems to ease investors, accelerate the process of investment attracting, promote sustainable development. Tightly knit government business relations have made Lioshen Industrial Park as the most attractive investment destination in the region. The Lioshen Industrial Park has brought fundamental change to the people of Kapeka, such as good roads, electricity, employment, and so many sectors quickly developing to support both business and livelihoods of the people. Uganda-China Lioshen Industrial Park. Invest with the best, the engine of success in Africa.
So this is me, the man you are talking about. I can't sit in the same audience with that commercial officer and Washaija, and we have a proper conversation because we are at different levels of we are at different levels, but the PowerPoint, next slide. Next. That's my office in Kapeka. My office is on the third floor there. If you enter, now go back, I want the Wanyankore to see where I live. Because mtura numboza saratu oranka he saratu oranka nyuntura ntura uremezi. Tinkarga yoga. That is the helicopter landing pad there. The other one is going to make all the toilets in Uganda, all the toilets, the kitchenware, the plates. So kunkore ngu build Ankole and buy Ankole to win a product zone. You don't have, you cannot influence. So next, we have our own revenue authority point. Next. That is the longest building. It's 1 kilometer long. That's Goodwill. Next. 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 Go through all of them quickly. So when they made that video, we had only 6 functioning factories. Now we have 18 factories. And this is just in a period of, Mzee opened it in 2015 December, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 6 years. So those are the toilet seats. You are not going to buy them from China anymore. Next. Next. Shoes, next. Next. TVs, all the TVs, the ones called Hisense. Because for us from Kapeka, we intend to be in your house, in the toilet, in the sitting room, on the dining table, so that when you are there, you remember Kapeka. Next. 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 So at least, but you see the level I'm talking from, and the level Honorable Mshemeza and Rukara are talking from. I think these are 2 different areas which you need to narrow. So let me give you my insight into what the problem is. Because we did a study on who and where is the farmer in the power relations of the agriculture sector. We found out that the farmer does not have any power at all. Do you have that slide, Engineer Chibuka? Because that one will demonstrate the disconnection between production, processing, and marketing. Because we have put so much money in production, and we have put very little money in processing. But we have even put much less money in marketing. Like the Ankole region, by this time, Robert, I thought you would have created a video that shows Ankole in 1 minute. And follow that video with the quantifying the need that you want to. So it's a complete book. If you want it, you can get it from, we published this book, I think, in 2018. I joined a group of professors because now Professor Mshemes, I'm also a publisher now. So the title is Who and Where is the Farmer in the Power Relations of the Agriculture Sector. But you go through it to the budget allocation, you go to that page of the wait, go back. Okay, power. Power is the ability to influence the intention and action of other chain actors. Go ahead. Now, if you are looking for power on land, they have some on land and labor. They have some power. But the agencies have bigger power. In the production side, you can see the farmer there has got some power. Next. But at the getting of money, the farmer is there. Yes. He produces, but when the harvesting of the money comes, it is eaten by the exporter, the processor, the traders, your commercial officers, because they get money from those licenses. Then my agencies, I don't know how they get money. I think they get it through their salaries. The farmer gets 2. Next. Now, that is the power in the processing. Even the processors cheat the farmer. Next. He's still weak. Next. Now this is in budgeting. This is in the budget. We observed the budgets of 16-17, 17-18, 18-19. And we realized that MAIF budget, what is the enabling environment? Can anybody tell me, who is not from MAIF, the enabling environment? You people, are we from the same planet or? Yes. Come quickly. Come and speak. Come and embarrass yourself. Come. Give her the microphone.
I don't know what it means to embarrass myself, but I wanted to define the word enabling environment. I am not from MAIF. But an enabling environment, to me, I would understand it as a situation created suitable for every farmer, that if you're able and positioned, you can take off. I can give examples.
Don't give example.
Okay,
You're
thank
off
you.
point now. So, in this case of the budgeting, it means policies, regulation, plans, programs. They eat all that money. That is enabling environment. Now, if you go to marketing, it is there, small, down. So out of 450, I think they were ending up like 50, but they were also not, marketing was not getting that money. And I don't know whether Geraldine Sari is going to stay in that ministry for long, because if you don't empower those 2 centers, processing and marketing is the biggest cost in selling a product. If people didn't know that production is easy, processing is easy, but marketing, because you are marketing the same product with so many competitors. So if you look at that, enabling environment, look at production. That was 16, 17. That's when we poured a lot of money into NADS. But we never leveraged it with the same amount of money in the marketing. So you look at processing, research. Research was there, but it is also very not serious research because it is funded by outsiders and they are not doing relevant research for our conditions. Next. Okay, next. So it's a whole book. It's a whole book. We wrote it 2017-18 for policymakers, but we have not, up to now, we have not gotten a feedback. So, and Ankole is at this stage. Ankole is at this stage where there is very serious production, but there is little processing. Like now, but I sent you a proposal for, there are some young people who want to demystify Dr. Mulanga, because Dr. Mulanga has captured our heads, our stomachs, our intestines, and really kept them in a box. So, there is a group of young people through NADS who have come up to challenge Dr. Mulanga with the banana. Because in our opinion, you require more than 4 banana processing plants in Ankole, at least minimum. Then you have, apparently you produce a lot of beans. But the beans, if you see your price in Uganda and the price at Busia, because that's where all your beans end up. So, I believe I have given you the symposium 2 challenges. Number 1, you know me, I'm not in your level. That one is finished. Because I was in a wedding on Saturday. Then I saw those Bahima there. They were talking cows. And I asked them, but do you know that all your cows here in this Chidara are equivalent to only one of my factories? Then they all laughed. Now they have made me like the talk of Ankole, Serena Yangent. Think Wangante, but really I want you to do some balance because the population is growing. The population of Ankole is 4.2 million people. They are settled on land which is like 6,000 square miles. The land is not expanding. The population is expanding. If you don't go into labor-intensive activities and manufacturing, people will have no jobs. So, Madam Patricia and Robert, I'm very grateful that you have persisted with this symposium. But this is the last symposium I will go to where there is no demand. We went to Arua and they came with dreams, just dreams. We went to Gulu, they came with the impossible, the imaginations. Now I have come to Mbarara and I'm listening to stories. So, let me hope that this symposium, you can use it maximally so that you can generate the demand which Patricia and others are trying to fulfill. Because if you get the 70.9, and Muse is launching this thing in the East on Saturday, the parachute model. If you get 70.9 billion at the bottom and they produce, how much should you invest at the immediate, at the primary, and then secondary for all the fruits, all the products that Kanroba Sheja has been distributing. So, Honorable Kari and other members of Parliament present, UDB, I'm happy to open this symposium. Let us now to listen to the technical people, to the bank. But I don't think Patricia is going to say much. She's laughing at me completely and Rukari. Because she was saying, but you people, you are taking me to, people are not organized. The effective demand is not there. Now she has caught us like flat-footed. But I hope that at the end of, because for me was, and like Professor said, up there they think that in Ankole you are the ones who know what to do how to do business. You are the ones with the bankable projects. So let us wait and see what you are going to present. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you so much.
I declare the symposium open.
Yeah. I think we need another round of applause for the General. I like that you're candid. I like that you say it like it is, no mincing words. And I like it that actually, when you speak to us, you actually show us what is happening for all of us to learn and take away something. There's nothing wrong with dreaming, but dream it, put it on paper, and do it. And today, we hope that that message would be heavily instilled here in the Ankole region. I know you had mentioned something that there's no short video, there's nothing here, and Honorable Kari is saying, there's something in the pipeline. So I want to invite him here and give us a small tidbit on that. I think he had done some work on that. Yes. He's going I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt.
Thank you, General. We have done some good work. Our convener, we had a team that traveled to all 13 districts, including Bara City, and they took opportunity on 3 things. One, the population of each district, the size of each district, the opportunities in terms of investment, especially tourism, and last but not least, the opportunities in terms of trade or commercial business. And if you allow, we shall run a short video, but I'm told they have already given some of the symposium bags. We have a coffee table book talking about the same, and we're going to run it shortly. Thank you.
Webale kumpereza mulongo togo nyondi omuhingi nkandi omu government na retiring konke general ataka genzi buzimazima nitwenda soil analysis equipment abantu muri nkore ntuhinga turiyo tweyongera obwingi soil itaka nirike konka nutrients ziri mu soil zikuzumanya izina ryanjye nibanyita bangira na Cyprian movement chairperson wa Shema municipality ndio muhingi w'umwani
yebare munonga kureta ensonga nkureje chairman
webare
kare
itwabahingi ntwenda
don't you have soil testing lab in Ankole? In the university they have. So why don't you inform the... Okay, nawaza kuchigaraka mwecho mzee.
think the presentation is ready for you, Honorable, whenever you are. Yeah. Okay. In the meantime, as it's setting up, can the DJ give us a little bit of music so that we fill the empty air? Thank you. Oh, there we are.
Those are the messages from the convener, UDB. You can continue. Those are the different, that's a message from the convener. Message from the chairperson organizing committee. Message from UDB. The map of Uganda showing Greater Ankole, the 13 districts. That's an advert of UDB. I'm attempting to answer General's question of the work we have done before. Continue. If I pick continue. We divided the region into two sections. One, Greater Mbarara, and then Greater Bushenyi, for purposes of making our coffee table book convenient. Continue. Ankole, these cows, stop there a bit. Stop there a bit, and I want to have a conversation with General Sare about this. And we have a live, this picture is taken from Muzei Rutahigwa's farm, and he's here. Please stand up for recognition. True that I count them and we monetize it. Now, General Sare and the Rutahigwas of this world, Ankole cow, I agree with you on one hand. It's not about the numbers. It's not about the milk you will get out. It is about the conversation of a creature, of a domestic animal called Ankole cow. And why? A few years ago, President Ramaphosa came to Rwachitura, and our president gave him an offer of 10 cows. He took them to Nairobi. There were how many? Bob Kabushange, there were 300 cows, I beg your pardon. He took them to Nairobi because they could not fly them direct to South Africa, and took semen out of them, took it to South Africa, and this is a conversation I want to talk about Ankole cow. When you go to South Africa today, when you go to Pretoria, there are like 5 products. There is Ankole cow wine, there are Ankole cow glasses, there are Ankole cow plates. There are like 5. If you Google now, any person you Google, put in Ankole cow, they will show South Africa. When the prince from UK and the wife visited President Ramaphosa in South Africa in 2019, the gift the whole president of South Africa gave to the prince was a coffee table book talking about Ankole cow. The Rutahigwas of this world are a bit advanced from that group you met on Saturday. Their conversation is about tourism of a product called Ankole cow. And we can earn much more money from the traditional meat, hides and skin, and so on and so forth. And if we protect it, we're only lucky that Ramaphosa is still there, that now he can recognize President Museveni. Minus that, 20 years to come, Ankole cow will be owned 100% by South Africa. Unless we change the conversation, Madame Geraldine, this is a different approach of the business we should be talking about than the traditional one of meat and hide and skin. Talk about tourism of Ankole cow. I wanted to clarify that. Just summarize, and the panel takes over. Engineer Chivuka. This is a sign of, these are the main products we have in Ankole. Cow, as I said, matoke, coffee. Continue. The Lake Mburo National Park is the nearest national park to Entebbe and Kampala in the whole country. So if we have visitors, we must push them to Lake Mburo. And general, Lake Mburo now has much better hotels. The other day, through the funding of UDB, General Bakahumura opened a 5-star hotel called Chigambira in Lake Mburo. I'm attempting also to follow him with my own hotel in Mburo area, Mwesigo Resorts. Continue. Continue. This is a museum. I beg your pardon. Do we have any church representation here? Ruharo, please stand up for recognition. The Church of Uganda, yes, put up a museum to talk about the history of Ankole, the revival of the Anglican Church in this region from the times of that revival from Rwanda to Rukunjiri to Ankole is all there. Thank you. Continue. 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 First, they have a hospital also. Same story of Ankole cow in Churhura district. This is part of our park in Mburo. Those are some of the lakes, the crater lakes in Rubiriz. Continue. Uganda, we talked about earlier about where goat was killed, commonly known as goat, and he's buried here. When we ask some of our students, they don't know goat was buried up here, where Mbara High School started, and we have the first church in Western Uganda. Continue. Continue. Lake Mburo is the #1 national park with a variety of different birds in the whole country. This is a conversation we must all know in order to attract more tourism in this part of the region. These are the traditional huts. Continue. That's Igongo with those different huts. That's the church I was talking about. The parts remaining. We live here, go to America, go to Dubai, China, that we want to learn more. When us, our own history, we don't know anything. Continue. Those are the Wagabe tombs. Those are, go back a bit. Amabarega Karejeya. Stones which are too artistic, you find as if the stone is falling. This is a conversation we should be talking about in tourism. Continue. Those are the lakes I was talking about. They are called twin lakes, crater lakes in Rubiriz. That's Lake Mburo. Continue. Those are tea farms in Rubiriz, Chamhunga. Continue. Over. General, we have attempted to push the conversation, but with the groundwork we are doing now, I hope for the future, and in terms of our output, we can deliver from your expectations. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Robert Mwesigwa. We said this was an interactive session. We'll just have one more input before we get into our next program.
Thank you so much. I had wanted to give input at the time when the former permanent secretary was making an inquiry about whether we have soil testing services in the region. Indeed, we have soil testing services at Naro, Bararazadi. We have an entire soil map for this country as Naro based at Kawanda. We have done a soil mapping in this region, and we know the limiting elements of soil. There are only 3. And so whenever we do testing here in the zone, we test for those 3 mainly, until when it becomes quite limiting for others, that we can send the soil samples at our research institute in Kawanda as Naro. So the services are available. You can come and access them. I thank you. General, that is the information on the ground. We shouldn't say we don't have any soil testing services in this region. That's wrong information.
Thank you so much for the clarity. Ladies and gentlemen, you can follow the conversation, hashtag UG Symposium 2022 for those who are conversant with social, hashtag UDB Better Uganda, and on all our online platforms. For those of you who are watching us online, we are live on YouTube. And NBS, thank you very much for also the support. There's still one more, but before I get to that, I still want to go ahead and thank all our sponsors. NAGRC, NADS, UCDA, USAID, Chemonix, Pepsi, Uganda Red Cross, our partners, Operation Wealth Creation, Uganda Police, URA, and URSB. Thank you for making this happen. We'll just take just one more before we get into what Uganda Development Bank has actually brought for you and where you can benefit. Just, yes, one moment, just one more.
Thank you very much, organizers. I have two observations from this meeting. First of all, I want to thank you, General, for convening this very important. My name is Chewaju Naomi, and I represent the people of Shema North County. I'm their first member of parliament. I stand here to urge you, General. Thank you for your experience in Kapeka. But I just wanted to ask you to focus your lenses now and help us down here in Ankole. As you can see, we have a lot. We need to be organized, and we ask for your assistance and direction. That is my observation, number one. Number two, I notice with concern the way we write Ankole. We are all in Ankole here. Ankole is written with R, not L. So we should change it, because when you go on the internet, you look for Ankole, you don't get it. You look for Ankole, you don't. We need to have one name. Our area is Ankole with R-E, not L-E. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And that is heavily, heavily noted. Ladies and gentlemen, because of time, we're going to move ahead with our program, and we'll have more time for the public to be able to interact with us as well. We've heard what is happening in this region, the dream, what is on ground, you know, what is expected. As Uganda Development Bank, there's a lot of dreams that we can make come true, because after all, we're inspiring development. Without a further ado, I would like to welcome the lady who captains the ship, Mrs. Patricia Ojangole, to tell you what we have to offer and how we can help this region thrive. Patricia.
Our chief guests, members of parliament present, thank you for accepting our invitation to come. The chairperson, National Planning Authority, Dr. Pamela Mbabazi, Ms. Geraldine Sally, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Trade and Industry, thank you so much for coming. Honorable Robert Mwesigwa, the chairperson, National Organizing Committee. My colleagues at UDB, I want to recognize my director, Francis Tumuhere, Thank you all for joining. My colleagues requested me to give a speech or an address on the theme of our symposium. So I'll really be speaking about the theme, and tomorrow we will be presenting, or later today, we will present what UDB does and what UDB has to offer. And maybe just general, before I start the presentation, around project readiness in the bank, we discovered that that was a very key impediment to investment and to business. And at the bank, we said, let's deal with this challenge as well, if it is the challenge. And with that, we started a business advisory program. It's a huge program, but it's a game changer. And Barbara, our dear MC, who said she's joined the bank 3 days ago, is coming to handle that portfolio. We do recognize that when we come down to the regions, we will not get businesses that are ready, but for us to find the people with whom we can even have conversations for purposes of taking this forward is part of the success to this. Allow me now get into the presentation. The theme is the contribution of financial innovation to resilience of the economy for sustained growth. I'll be talking about the economy. I hope, sir, you're not going to say that I'm in the sky.
I'm sorry to disorganize your presentation, because I don't know, you should get somebody in Runyankore who can interpret that, the theme. In Runyankore only, that one, nobody will even understand it. What does it mean? The contribution of financial innovation to the resilience of the economy for sustained growth. In Runyankore, who can interpret it? Mshemeza, akuyambe, because these guys, they will not understand. Because the theme is too... The theme, the theme, then they can... Sorry, Patricia. You said the thing is interactive, eh? Okay.
Omugasho gwo kugira obukugu ombye sente kikaretera omuntu kugira amani ombye ntansya na okukurakurana kwa kwihanga mbwenu ntyo kangaruke nkichwe mu buce waba oyina obukugu ombye sente nibasa kuretera bita kugira amani go kubasa kutungura ebyentasi obe byeka obe byihanga bwen hatukikuba kiri cyo nkimanyisa ngo presentation ye yaheza gukora honka slide ngire kinagamba ho keri dakikemwe abantu kwetegereza kitari echo abo kuba nk'icyo wagamba tuzaguma tahiguru imbasa kwemerera aha yaguma yananka ngire kinagamba ho dakikemwe. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I want to start from just recapping our vision as a country. I think this is where all we anticipate that we should be. Of course, some people have said, can't we achieve this before 2040? But what we aspire as a nation is a transformed Ugandan society from a peasant to modern and prosperous country. We'll be talking about what that means and what each of us has to do, basically our individual contribution. So basically, it aims at transforming Uganda from a predominantly peasant and low-income country to a competitive upper middle income.
Echagamba waha okunokwereka kwihanga kuruga umbantu abenyuma abokorra nko kurya konka ihanga ryitu rukagenda rikaba erya higuru munonga rikahinduka ho mbyentasya na nibyo kurakurana uko nikukoreka kwihanga okutwine.
Okay, so I will also just show you how an economy transforms. This is a bit of theory, but I think when I look at it, it makes sense. Assume two sectors in an economy, a traditional and a non-traditional one. The traditional, I'll just try to go through it first, is agriculture-based, and the non-traditional is modern industrial services. So there are two.
Atunageze okushobora wabo inde entasyo kwakurga omu echweke kiryenyuma munonga ashobore entasyo yokwe kuberi agarika ashobore entasyo yechweke kikuba kitungukire. Rero tuhanahanise turebe abantu abaryenyuma na nabatungukire ndibishabita.
So the traditional sector, I need a microphone so I can move closer and kind of look at what I am saying. But basically, the traditional sector or the agrarian-based sector is characterized by low productivity. And as I speak this, maybe you can relate that probably this is where we still are as a country, while the industrial, modern, is characterized by high productivity.
Hati echweke chikuba chine kiryenyuma nchiba chine entasya ningashi ebintu ebikukora bikirya hansi uba nebyo kushoboza ebyo kuhinga neba bikirya hansi konke echweke kitungukire cyo nchiba chine za factory mwene kati abantu abingi turyo mu chweke cye kirya hansi hati wagerageranisa nk'akapeko kweri hati riyo negenda mu chweke cyo kutunguke chine za factory kandi okija nka wazashema hati ekiri omuntu asegeriye hansi aho kuba neko ebintu ebye kushohoza tibyakashire kuzo mu za factory mbwene hati ezo ni society ibiri.
So that is why you hear us talk about productivity. We need to increase productivity because as capital expands in the modern industrial economy, it absorbs labor from agriculture, and then that is how you see many people moving, or the structure changes from having fewer people in agriculture and more in industry and services.
Hatu inokugamba akurkuwa kubasa kukozesa itaka ryawe kuke rekarete bintu bingi icyo kiyayita productivity nabasoko boine ekemwe umwe nashoromesha hwibiri zo mwani undija ine ekemwe nashoza eshahu 10 zo mwani hata hunchoreka ngu hariho mutano mbwene twayenda kuza omu society eje ekuzire munonga tuyino kureba hati yo nekora bintu ki ebyakurga muki entasya mpango.
So when the industrial farms start to make profit, they reinvest the profits into even more industrialization, and capital starts to accumulate in an economy.
Hati ebicweke bikuba bitungukire bineka za factory nibanu bikozesa abantu bingi bihereza abantu emirumo kandi oshanga nabyo byareta na sente nyingi esente ezo zija zigarakayo zikore kindi abantu batunga emirumo otunga sente nyingi esente zigarakayo zishohoze bintu bingi hati byetorora umusako oshanga ngwejo ecweka kitungukire munonga.
Before you come in, Madame Patricia, I wanted us to politely manage the time because we have a huge audience and a lot of activities.
When I just summarizing.
So, no, atina ni kushaba professor. Ukwate the gist of the matter. Tumureke ahereze presentation. Then oja muheru o summarize.
Tujende necho.
Yeah.
Bas.
Mwebare mnonga.
Yeah, thank you. So as capital accumulates, economic development sustains itself. That's why you hear these economies developed, and they developed because that process continues in the economy. And as a result of that movement of resources to high productivity, economic growth rises, but economic growth which is sustained. So clearly you can see that in Uganda, we are still trying to get to that process, or still working around changing the economic structure where, yes, we want our agriculture to be more productive, but probably not employing so many people like where we are now. So the next slide there is just a demonstration of the structure of our economy. I think we have all always said that agriculture employs the majority of the population. You can see in Uganda, that orange block is the number of people employed in agriculture. But what I want you to note is that for the last, I think, 30 years, that structure has not changed. We shall be talking about why and what needs to do. We are more or less playing in the same game with Africa. If you look at the Africa, look at East Asia and the Pacific, you can see that the share of people moving out of agriculture is reducing, and most of them are moving into services and industry. And then, of course, if you look at Western Europe that developed long ago, that is the kind of structure. And from our Vision 2040, this is where we aspire to be, you know? So I just thought that is important. When I looked at it, I was a bit disturbed the first time. And sometimes when you look at something at one point in time, you may not appreciate well what it looks at. So why are we the way that we have just seen, where we're kind of not progressing in terms of the structure of the economy? Our growth is, yes, happening, but it's not poverty reducing, meaning it's not inclusive. It is not getting people out of poverty. There have been labor shifts, implying that labor is shifting, but again, from further analysis, to maybe we are playing in the same sectors which are really not productive. You move from here, you move to there, but what is really the movement, or what is the impact of that? Then our productivity is also driven by within sector growth. For example, there have been improvements in terms of making sure agriculture sector is more productive. But if you look at the graphs that I showed you, it also needs to move, labor needs to move from agriculture to other sectors. And I think the general alluded to this, saying, for example, in Uganda, land, you know, we have issues of population growth, so probably we need to be finding some other services and activities to do other than agriculture. And then the other key issue is the current state of our industry. In the industry policy for the country, we identify 3 core industries. One is agro-based industry, the other is mineral value addition, and then the third one is knowledge-based and capital-intensive industry. I think there has been effort towards the first 2, but we need to grow and develop knowledge-based industry, especially in line with the 4th industrial revolution and digitalization now, as well as capital-intensive industry. And then the other reason is, of course, our economy is not diversified. I think we rely so much on agriculture. Agriculture is basically the backbone, and of course that is an advantage in a way. And there needs to be forms of diversification across agriculture, industry, services, what kind of services, and then we shall start seeing the economy and the economic structure changing. So where do we want to go in terms of our Vision 2040? But we have the issues that I've just talked about with us. Highly industrialized to enhance inclusive job growth, and then we can start dealing with issues of poverty, export promotion, import substitution, and I think now we are starting to really work towards this. We want to go to a situation where everyone who needs work should find it by creating those opportunities across the board. We need highly diversified industries to cushion against shocks. In 2016, I think we had a major drought, but you could see the impact of that drought on the economy. I think we almost went into a recession. Now, those are problems of lack of economic diversification. We need resilient systems and production systems to ensure sustainable growth. Growth has to be sustainable, means that we have to be mindful of any factors that may not let growth be sustainable. That is why you see in the developed countries, they are already developed. But they have to keep on seeing what are the implications, for example, of climate change, because if you don't deal with that, then we'll probably go back. So how do you make sure that even when you reach growth levels, we can sustain them as an economy? And then, of course, highly flexible, agile systems to allow for dynamism in the face of rapidly changing global environment. I think that is where we want to go, if you kind of just debunk the vision 2040. So yes, economic resilience, which is in our theme, and I think that is what we are aspiring, is about economic diversification, but this should be across all sectors and all value chains, and there are opportunities there. Import substitution, these days I'm also still learning about import substitution. There is a lot of services, for example, we can substitute. Someday I received a letter which was telling me even legal services is import substitution. Medical services, yes, the opportunities there for import substitution. Basically, anything that we can offer locally and we don't have to get out, whether it's a product or a service. So that is the diversity of import substitution. Export-oriented industry, yes, we have also been talking about this. But what is key here is the issue of standards and research and development. I want to talk a bit about research and development, and I'm happy that we have academic and research institutions here. Research and development, in my view, should go alongside industry, because even when you produce goods, you have to make sure that these are relevant and they are quality goods. So we need to develop local research and development capacities, add value to goods, and we create like really high quality products that we can export. So when you talk about exports, let's not export only in the region. For example, now we can export to the region, but why can't we export the same products maybe to Europe and other parts of the world? There are still issues of quality, issues of standards, issues of meeting the quality of the markets. And again, that is where market integration also comes in, because you have to start by understanding what are the requirements of the market so that you can generate the products that can meet the quality of that market. And I think that is the angle with which we should look at export orientation, so that we can maximize the opportunity for the good of the country. So achieving economic diversification across those three involves activating all resources and all factors of production. So I think we all know about the factors of production. I may be here to talk about finance. There are issues of land. And many times I personally think about how can we put some land to use. So even as I think about the products that we can innovate in the bank, I am looking at someone who just has his land as his factor of production. How can he put that to use? And those are the things that we have to increasingly look into. There are issues around markets. There are issues around entrepreneurship, and this is again where we really need to focus. So we need to activate everyone, and this is where everyone is part of this. We need producers, we need processors, we shall need research, we need policy issues, etc., etc. And I'll give you one example here. The other day we were discussing about some innovation, but there are issues of copyright, for example. So much as we are innovating and innovating, how are the innovators protected against related risks, and are those laws strong to protect authors, originators, much as we are talking about unlocking ideas, innovating, and scaling up whatever we are getting from the innovations. So there are things around regulatory environment, and I think this is where everyone comes on board, everyone doing what they are supposed to do to activate and enable resources of, and factors of production to support the economy. The other thing that I've been thinking about is whether we can achieve the Uganda we want in the same business as usual scenario. And why I'm saying this is I will talk a bit about the impact of the 21st century trends, and we need to start having conversations whether we can really ignore this. And I think this is why we have been left behind the other revolutions. The developed world is adopting and aligning to sustain development because of these trends. Now, what about us who are not yet even there? Maybe it's an opportunity for us to even leapfrog. I mean, if we consider some of these factors that are around us. And that's why I sometimes think that it's probably an opportunity for us to even catch up and stop still wanting to catch up with the second and third revolution, but just get into what is happening. And the opportunities are there, and probably even cheaper and easier for us. Some of these trends that I really think as we plan we need to consider is the emerging technologies, and these are part of the solution. I'll just give an example in one sector so you understand better. Loss of low-skilled jobs, and I think our leaders knew this earlier. That's why you see now we are promoting science, because I think these are the skills of the future. Some people have written to say 85% of jobs that will exist in the next 10 years are not even conceived yet, because of the way that, you know, the world and trends and everything is transforming. And for example, in Uganda, we say we need 600,000 new jobs annually. But where are we going to get them if we do not embrace the opportunities from the trends that are happening? And hence, the question is, can we achieve them in the current business and as usual scenario? So how do we exactly respond to these issues for purposes of attaining and ensuring a resilient economy and sustained growth? We need to reimagine how economic sectors work in our new and unfolding world. What is our world today? In Uganda, we have the issue of population growth. We have the issue of youth. I don't mind about youth because I see them as an opportunity, especially given their innovativeness and being creative. There are issues of climate change. There are issues of digitalization reshaping everything. So you need to understand what is happening in every sector, and therefore, how do you basically reimagine what is happening? There are also all forms of new entrepreneurship that is coming up. I'll just give you some examples shortly as we talk about the agriculture sector. So it's really about turning what may be seeming as the current trends or challenges aligned to the trends into opportunities for building a resilient economy for growth which is sustained. Let me just give an example of agriculture today. And we're talking about, yes, this is a key sector which is with us. We cannot run away from it, but how can we make the most out of the sector? How can we make the sector more productive? What is happening? Agriculture is technology intensive today, and it's innovation driven. Some of the challenges are climate change burden, and of course we know its implications, and then technology disruption across the value chain, basically from the farm to fork. But what are the opportunities there? Investments in agrotech, efficient, cost-effective, environmental friendly technologies, and this is where we can have some agrotech startups, scale-ups, and SMEs, and we're talking about a new breed of entrepreneurs, yeah? So instead of maybe farming the land, or you don't have farmed the land, you can innovate a technology that can be used on the land. And that is business, that is an innovation, that is how we can participate in the sector. So as an agro-based industry, for example, and if we are to do agriculture now in the 21st century, we need startups for maybe deploying sensors to monitor crop yields. And when I talk about these things, you may think that we are not yet there, but you'll be surprised that in the bank, I think we are trying to support some youth, some young innovators who have come, for example, with an innovation to do an unmanned vehicle which will do irrigation, which will identify where there are pests on the farm, you know, a lot of things. And I was saying, wow, this is very innovative. So if you imagine those kind of technologies deployed on the farms, the cost of farming will reduce, productivity, increases, the farmers benefit more, etc., etc. So just to show you an illustration. We will need people to develop different kind of apps, and I keep on telling us that our youth of today, who we are blessed with, are not going to go on their farms the way probably we used to go, and our uncles used to go, and our grandfathers used to go. But they will be happy to manage maybe an app like Uber, tractor app, and that is an employment opportunity. Maybe drone experts for monitoring crop growth, and then we need SMEs for, autonomous irrigation systems like the one that I've just mentioned about. So this is just an example of what I mean when we say we need to know and reimagine what is happening in our key sectors and what are the new opportunities that we can also begin to look into as we look at how to get the best out of the sector. The other one, I'll just talk about two, but if you look at energy, if you look at every sector, you need to understand what is happening and where opportunities are. Just in the case of manufacturing, if you look at the current state, we don't do a lot of recycling, let me just put it like that. But in the new economy, with issues around sustainable development and the SDGs, there is a new thinking around efficiency in production. It really means producing more with less materials. It is technologically powered. When you extract from our land, you produce, you use, you can reuse, and what you cannot reuse, you recycle. So again, that is manufacturing now, currently. So here, there are also various opportunities. Second-hand raw materials, for example, and this is an industry of the future if you follow trends. Give you an example. It's a digital world, and the world is even getting more digital. So we are all using phones, computers, and there are related wastes. As an example, the world generates 2,250 million tons of electronic waste every 30 minutes. And most of this ends in Africa. And of course, we don't want to kind of be a dump yard, for the world. That is a challenge today, isn't it? Or it may look like a challenge. But look at the opportunity. What is the opportunity? It can be turned into an opportunity for generating second-hand raw materials, for example. And if you read what is happening, it is a fastest engine of job creation globally. We are talking about diversifying the economy. So what do we need here? Same issue, Same things that probably we are currently lacking, even in the current sectors that we are in. We need, for example, systematic collection, dismantling, recycling, generate some new materials from all those parts. So that is a business opportunity, for example, and it's an industry or a new economic opportunity. So that's just an example of what is happening in every sector. If you look at energy, there is a lot of opportunity there and opportunities to create jobs. So in the services sector, same thing. I've illustrated, so probably I'm not going to go into detail, but social services are being digitalized. We all saw, I think, issues like e-classroom. The other day, some university called me and they were saying they wanted so much money to develop infrastructure. And I'm saying, but are you also looking at the opportunity of, virtual classrooms? Do you really need all that infrastructure in this era? So those are the kind of conversations we're starting to have. Telemedicine, again, there is a company we are working with. So you look at their business model. Instead of, say, building a hospital, what they need now is different. Maybe they need some different kind of assets to be able to deliver their business in a more efficient way. Yeah, maybe distribution, kind of whatever means, as opposed to building, say, a fully fledged hospital, and then you can scale down what you need physically. So that is how new opportunities are emerging. Digitalization in the corporate world, driving efficiencies. For us in the bank, since COVID came, 2 years now, I think we have not had a physical board meeting, and we have not had a physical management meeting because we had to drive digitalization and make sure we remain working. So even though we have a meeting at head office set to consider business proposals, the officers who are responsible Even if they are coming, say, to Mbarara to visit a client, they can stop wherever they stop, join in the meeting, make their presentation, and they continue. So work goes on. So you can see how digitalization is driving efficiencies. Changing preferences of society as a result, demographic trends, we have issues of youth, innovation, we have a lot of innovation happening in the country. I am happy that the leadership is providing funding to see how we can support innovation. The models that we are now looking at is how do we commercialize those innovations, and that is how we are going to generate new industries which are homegrown. And then, of course, there are new sectors as sources of employment. For example, the creatives. This is probably where we are going to have high levels of innovation. And I was reading the Economist magazine that was saying that the creatives sector is one of the engines of job creation and innovation in the world. So there are lots of opportunities. And I think my presentation is really to kind of start to stimulate us to think that we need economic diversification. There are very many opportunities around us. We need to be open, we need to identify them, because we will all not be on the land. The land is not expanding. Yes, we will still need agriculture. We need it to be more productive even today, because again, when we industrialize, we will still need more production. So I thought I would just show that there are new economic opportunities that we can get into. So we need entrepreneurs to drive that. Our current economy is more, or the current times are more of do-it-yourself jobs, as opposed to waiting, out of university. And for us at the bank, we are encouraging a lot of innovation. That's why in the bank we started a youth program as a way of helping or enhancing employment, or dealing with the issues of youth unemployment. So how can we support the youth? Because we understand that the economy has changed, the times have changed. So how we approach development needs to change. So we need to remove hurdles that hinder entrepreneurship, and I think we shall be talking about those in the subsequent discussions. They are the same issues, but we need to remove the hurdles. It's just entrepreneurship which is taking a different direction. But this is where we need to mobilize everyone, the government, the MDs that are all here. We need, for example, appropriate legislation. We will attract technology investors into the country as a new brand of FDI. So you see, everything is changing and aligning. And then the structure of the economy will probably start to change as more people get out of agriculture, as we create high quality jobs from the services and industries as they emerge. But we all know the role of finance being central to the equation. And with that, I'll now go to talk about finance as I come closer to the conclusion. I thought I would show this because in many conversations that I sit, a lot of people say there is no money. Or there is no money, or we need money. But my own experience, or our own experience, is that there is a lot of money in the world. And the money that we need to finance development in Uganda, we can get money from any part of the world. Our experience is that, okay, let me first talk about development finance and the types of development finance. We have foreign public money. I think many of you here, government is borrowing, World Bank. That is foreign public, and it's aid. We usually call it, or we know it as aid. It's soft loans from multilaterals, such as World Bank, IMF, and others. Then we have foreign private. For example, FDI, foreign direct investment, or portfolio equity. So this is where you have people coming to invest in the country, and I think UIA is doing a lot in terms of attracting FDI in the country. And then we have domestic private. Sorry, I think that should have been domestic public, which is the domestic tax revenue. I think we all understand is when we pay taxes, government gets money to finance development. And then the other one is domestic private capital, and this is money which is mobilized, or you all put your money in banks. Now that is the domestic private capital. So those are the 4 types of capital that can finance our development needs. But our experience has been, and why we say that funding should not be a problem for us as a country, is that, for example, we have funds that have been borrowed from the foreign public window, for example, but they are not utilized mainly because of issues of project readiness. I think the demand issues that we have been talking about. Then the second one, you may want to know that our banks are holding substantial liquid deposits. So a lot of money is sitting in banks and it is not being invested in different businesses, the entrepreneurship and the businesses and the opportunities that we have talked about. And we all know, we've always talked about funding, the issues around money. So money is not flowing, even the one that we have locally. And then from where we sit, we have very many funders usually come to look for projects, everywhere. You get TDB, Africa Development Bank, or wherever, they come from everywhere. And when they come to us, they say, we want projects. We are looking for projects. We have money we want to invest in. But then, probably there are no projects. Like I think we got one funder who told us that they wanted investors, they want to put money, but they are minimum. They're looking for between $10 million and $50 million. That is their threshold. So even to try to look around, if they're talking about agriculture sector, who are our agri, investors that have requirements of that? But it also goes to the nature of SMEs that we have. We don't have very large enterprises. So money is there. From different sources, money can be availed. We just need to organize ourselves and see how to get that money to flow to those investments. So capital is available, but how do we make capital flow? So we have a role to play, especially on the demand side of money, and that is why for us as a bank, we said we are going to do project preparation. So if you have an idea, you have projects, you don't know how to make it bankable, irrespective of the size, we shall work with you to develop that project at the bank's cost, and we will structure funding. If I cannot finance all of it, we can mobilize funding or arrange funding, suitable kind of funding. So some of these challenges keep informing and shaping what we do and how we can improve our product offering. And that is for large projects which are sitting with MDAs and all public, offices, or basically public projects, but even large private sector projects, for example, large industry projects. And this is something that we can do. These things are being done, and we are saying we can do them. So we started that unit in the bank. Then for the smaller SMEs, where I think most of us fall, again, issues of demand, project readiness, we have again decided that we are going to do this, and that is our business acceleration for successful entrepreneurship program is meant to do, so that we can kind of close the entire value chain of demand and access to capital, or demand and supply of capital. I want to talk a bit about private sector credit and show us how badly we are doing as a country. Sometimes we may just say these things at a point. For example, you just say private sector credit in Uganda is 14% of GDP. What does that mean? Yeah? So it basically means that money, private sector is the money that's in the commercial banks. And I'm now coming to talk about financial innovation and banking. So if you see the countries that I have projected, actually Uganda, ours is the lowest, 14%, 32% for Kenya. China is 182%, meaning that the amount of private credit which is in the economy supporting businesses to grow is 82% higher than the GDP of China. Same for Japan. Malaysia, you can see 72%. So really this means that there is money in the economy supporting businesses to grow. And that is the importance of capital. So without going through all this, you can see India is 54. Even sub-Saharan Africa, the average is 55. In Uganda, we are at 14. So basically, it means there is no money. The enterprises are not working because there is no capital. So how do we expect to grow the economy? How do we expect to grow taxes? Because it's a private sector that does business, makes profit, and then we tax and then grow the tax base. So these are the fundamental issues. I don't know whether we have really looked at it, but we have to devise means of making money flow to enterprises, making money flow to the private sector, get money mobilized and deployed. And the role of banks, and that is really the role of banks, mobilize savings and channel savings to investments in the economy. Not to mobilize and we sit with them, but we have to mobilize this money and put that money out. The banks, for example, currently have 27 trillion shillings of savings. So if we converted even more than 50% of that to the economy, then you see your private sector credit to GDP increases. You begin to see increased economic activity across all forms of enterprises because there is money flowing in. So the actions here that we have to do is to really mobilize more savings and channel those to investments. And I think this is where we all need to work as banks in the country. So from what I have said, you realize it's a huge task, and we need all resources for the good of the economy. Yes, we are trying our best in UDB, but maybe we cannot do it alone. I cannot have 27 trillion that is in the banks, but how can I work with the banks to unlock that 27 trillion to go in? Yeah? And then there needs to be mindset change, especially across all economic actors. And I'm also speaking as a banker, and I know how sometimes we think, you know. So we need, as banks, what I've shown about private sector credit, the key role really there is for banks to channel that money. But the banks need to embrace what we are calling holistic sustainability, that we shall not only mind about our profits as banks, but how are we serving the economy, how are we serving the society, how are we serving the environment in a way that it is a win-win for all of us. Because we're talking about sustainable development, you have appreciated the role of money and the implications of having money grow. When you see these economies moving, okay, and seeing them developed, look at some of the indicators. Private sector credit to GDP ratio is 200%. Here we are at 14%. So it even helps you to kind of see really there is little economic activity happening because finance is not flowing. So we talked about reimagining the way that we are working, sectors. I think as bankers, that also needs to happen. We need to reimagine. And again, I know the challenges usually is how do we do it in the sector. I know even in the banking industry, how do we serve sustainable development is probably knowledge, which is not so much there. Yes, we hear about all these things, but the issue is how do I practically do it? But I'm glad to note that in UDB, we have got frameworks that we can use or we have used to kind of ensure that whatever we do is aligned to the needs of the economy. And we are beginning to look at ourselves as UDB as the bridge between public and private sector because we understand where the economy needs to go. We serve the private sector. So I look at the private sector from the angle of the economy and how I can support them in that regard. So I think here I was really just trying to show why, as banks, we also need to reimagine ourselves. There are issues around the disruption and digitalization, sustainable development, we must finance. But we are not going to finance sustainable development when we do not understand what it means and how we should do it. The post-COVID-19 world is our world now. We keep talking about post-COVID-19 because we have to do more. It basically means that maybe some of the gains that we were realizing were kind of taken few steps back because of COVID. So now, post-COVID, we probably have to double our efforts. So the task is huge. And there are demographic factors, changes in consumer preferences. The people we are dealing with now, the young population, know what they want. So we are not going to serve them and deal with them the way that we used to deal, for example, with our fathers. So we have to go through a set of what I would call sustainability standards to deliver the financial institutions a complete framework to, yes, they will be profitable, but among others, support the creation of a future-proof economy. These are English words, but basically means the same things that we are talking about: economic resilience, climate and environmental friendly. We are talking about sustainability, or that is how we want to kind of move. So what is it that we need to do? And this is the innovation that I think I'll conclude with almost. So we need to mobilize capital from everyone. I think what we have there is households of all sizes. You people have the money. You're already keeping some of it in the bank. Government, public capital and investments, businesses of all types. We all have money somewhere, even if it's small. Lenders like ourselves, multilateral, bilateral, institutional investors in the country. We even have some group of, what do you call them, investment clubs. People are mobilizing money, okay? Asset managers, donors, whoever it is. Maybe you are a business angel. So those are all sources of financing. So we need to see how to mobilize all this money and then deploy the capital to enterprises of all forms. And mobilize the money from the sources that I have said. And we have a program and a platform that we are going to launch, which will, it's a digital platform, and it will be able to match whoever has the money with whoever needs the money, and then that way we'll be getting a pipeline, and this is where we can work with the banks. We can finance directly, assuming UDB is the country hub. We can use other outlets of other financial institutions, depending on the type of funding, because also as a DFI, we can mobilize some money, which they cannot mobilize, but we can work with them to channel that money and partner with them, and then they can also use the platform to channel their own funding to their businesses. So that is how we have been thinking about financial innovation and how we can get money to flow. We would need a social action where people get enlightened that I have my money and I need my money for this purpose. My money has to work for me. So there is transparency and everyone would know where their money is going. So what you would have to do, you get onto the platform and you register your investment preferences. So you have an opportunity to choose and say, I want to invest my money in this kind of investment. And we talked about a lot of innovative investments and entrepreneurship, which is coming up. Then you will register your preferences, and then the digital action will really be, so everyone will register. If you have money, get your profile. If you need money to see how we can take this mission, I call it a mission forward, because it's revolutionary, it will help us to focus on the same goals, even as players in the financial services industry. Most importantly, create even sustainable business models for banks. It's an efficient and cost-effective way of mobilizing. We shall be using mainly our domestic resources. And in this program, everyone has a role to play. Remember, we all know that finance is central, so everything that you want to do, you kind of need financing. When you look at sector issues, whatever value chain, issues of financing usually come in. You look at industry, whatever it is, you need financing. So it is really, really central. And that is how we look at ourselves as having a central law. And we have been thinking around how can we innovate this and kind of try to change the situation around so that we can have money and people's money work for them so that everyone can win. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Wampura, I'm going to do it in 6 minutes. Ebyentaasa by'ihanga biri omu bicweka bibiri, omu by'obuhingi n'omu by'oburiisa. Omu by'oburiisa na n'obuhingi kireebeka hati tukagiire omu kukora kutunga esente tukiri akukorera okurya. Omuringo gwa kabiri eby'entaasa biri omu by'amakorro. Konka amakorro agitwine tigakakirarire ngu rw'okushanga ndukozesa sente nyingi rukareeta ebintu bingi ebikubaasa kurugamu esente. Kandi ebyakarimagezi nk'ebya computer tibyakagizire maani omu za factories ezitwine. Mbwenu kandi twine ebizibu bingi. Konka ebizibu ebi nitubaasa kubihinduramu eby'omugasho. Hati nk'ekyokureeberaho twine ebintu ebiri nka kasasiro, amacupa, ebyoma, ebintu bibaasa kukozesebwa kurugamu ebindi ebyakubaasa kurugamu ebindi. Oshanga oine nk'esoforiya eryaho ekuzire konka neebaasa kurugamu omusimaari. Kandi wakorera ikorro nk'eryo niriheereza abantu emirimo. Nabwo eky'ebizibu ebiriho noobaasa kubihinduramu eby'omugasho. Mbwenu tushemereire kukora ki? Ntwetaaga abantu abokubaasa kuteekateeka bakateeka n'omu nkora, abo twakweta entrepreneurs. Nooteekateeka ekintu ogaruka okiteeka omu nkora. Konka abo ba entrepreneurs twine okubayamba abakuba biine ebizibu. Omwe tibiine sente, omwe hariho ebiragiro, omwe hariho emishoro etakubareetera kukora nk'oku bakushemereire kuba nibakora. Abantu abamwe nibateekateeka ngu tihariho sente z'okubaasa kukora ebi. Konka nk'itwe aba UDB tureebere ngu esente ziriho. Hariho esente ezikuruga aheeru ezikuruga omu bitongore nka za World Bank. Hariho esente ezikureetwa ba investor, omuntu akiija ati nkore yanshemeza ati nyenda kutayo eki. Hariho esente ezikuruga omu mishoro yanyu zikarundanwa. Hariho esente ezikuruga omu bashuubuzi. Mbwenu esente ziriho omu nsi. Kandi tukaba UDB tureebere ngu ebizibu ebimwe abantu mbaguza sente konka abokushanga bateteekateekire baremwa kuzikozesa. Tushangire ngu omu banka harimu sente nyingi, za banka eziri omu ihanga ziine sente. Kandi hariho abantu abokwenda kuheereza sente waba oine projekiti etebeekanisiibwe. Mbwenu ki tukakora ki? Twine twena kurundana esente ezitwine tukabiika eki bakweta savings. Rero itwe aba banka ntwija kubayamba kurenga esente eze zarundanwa zashanshazibwa zahika abantu boona. Omurimo gwa banka norundana esente oziine n'otaziine zoona ozirundana ozohereza omu bantu abokwenda kuzikozesa. Mbwenu kati obu turugire omu COVID hariho ebintu ebitushemereire kwegyendesereza munonga tukakora. Buri omwe weena aine akasente akatomu kubiika. Oba oine nkye, oba oine nyingi, oba ori omushuubuzi, oba ori owa politics, buri omwe arundana esente. Rero itwe ntwija kubayamba abaza banka kureeba esente ezo okuzakubaasa kujanjara zikaza omu bantu, abantu boona bakazikozesa. Hati itwe tuza kutaho program k'aba banka. Program egi erabayambe okukora projects zanyu mukazihandiika gye tukazishwijuma kandi tukabooreka esente ezo oku mwakubaasa kuzitunga ezaruga omu bantu boona. Rero obw'ihanga ngiza kutunguuka omu by'entaasya, eby'obuhingi, eby'amakorro, nituruga ahi turi nituza idaara erindi.
Webare munonga Professor. A very warm hand clap for Professor and for Patricia, the Managing Director of UDB. I think she gave adequate context to this topic we are here to discuss today, the contribution of financial innovation to the resilience of the economy for sustainable growth, key issues around agriculture and how it's technologizing productivity in manufacturing, collaborations, very key, and how do we link finance to enterprises. So before we break off for lunch, we're going to have a short session. It's a panel discussion of, apologies, just bear with me. So we're going to have a panel discussion of eminent personalities, and please join me in welcoming the moderator, Mr. Robert Kabushenga. He is a farmer, a renowned farmer in the country, a business coach, and an executive. Thank you, Robert. And I'll request Robert to introduce his panel and then lead us in the discussion. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mwesiga. I don't know where you got that description of me. I'm not a peasant by any description, so. Our chief guest, General Salim Saleh, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, abajenyi bitu berizoba hato bumwatunga ekyokukwasa mara so mwenu mushitame mutebenkane abokuba abunaza kuleta aha baraza kugamba urujungu kusha so mwetekateke kandi akushuka obwenje wota kwetegereza orondo omuntu orayetegereza orunyankura barakugambiraho kace kace konka kuturaheze turaza kuza mu bibuzo so ngwano wareba ngo orujungu rwakurema obuze mu runyankore aho nturamanye ngo ubutiya yetegereza ahubwo bariho umwabagambi aretegereza urunyankore uwo ndijo aragamba uruganda babiri nangwa baragamba urunyankore konka ngwenu abantu bine sente bo baragamba ngo rujungu so ngwenu katubanze mu rujungu ne turebe kutwagaruka mutiko twikirizana General, before I introduce the guests, I wanted to just make a quick comment about soil testing. I am sure you have heard of somebody called Dr. Catherine Nakalembe. Dr. Catherine Nakalembe can solve the problem of soil testing very easily. She has access to satellite technology which can do soil tests for all the soil in Uganda. As I speak now, she's actually doing a soil test for my farm through NASA technology. And she can tell you which part of your farm needs which nutrients and which one to irrigate and which one not to irrigate. So let's move away from people who have capacity to test soil and they sit with it in their offices. Actually, I was very upset. Instead of the other gentleman standing up tell us that he has that technology, you should have asked the man in Shema, when can we come and test your soil? But it's frustrating, you know. So what if you have the technology in your office? And that's why these symposia are very good, because it's to connect.
But Robert, the narrow, I'm going to defend narrow. That the amount of knowledge that is at stock farm there,
yes,
that is not outside that complex of narrow Mbazardi. I don't know why. Maybe you should ask them before you go into the panel, the Ruzungu, why the knowledge that is at the stock farm there.
I don't know why they're storing it there when the consumers are here.
Just give him a chance. Maybe is he a panelist, that man of Naro?
Honor, General,
is that Mubarak or who?
I am sorry, I've opened a new discussion.
Sorry. Oh, they said the thing is interactive,
okay.
But now.
Now, kwenda chikezi, otugambere.
Where do you want me?
Gambira aho no muzindaro. You're going to lose time walking this way. You talk from there.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The science which is done by NARO in any public agricultural research institute is intended for the farmer and other stakeholders. It is freely accessed. If we are well facilitated, we also take it through what we call outreach programs. Because we are always not adequately facilitated, we expect that the public and other stakeholders mainly can come and access it free of charge. I had prepared a presentation thinking that we would have a forum where we would make a presentation for the available technologies in the recent past that can help to drive agro-industrialization and the resilience of the economy that we are talking about. Unfortunately, I'm not on the what? On the program. Nonetheless, I want to confirm to everybody that be free to come to Naro and ask. I don't know whether if you want my numbers, I have my cards here. I can give you my number. You can call me.
You distribute. You distribute.
I have cards if you want cards. If not,
ndaruliza microphone yanje nenda kukole byanje. So, General, the other thing I wanted to say to you is I can predict that in 10 years there will be more Ankole in South Africa than in Uganda. And they will be exporting the best beef because Ankole has the best beef, and we will be looking. And the reason this is happening, I don't know if the people here concerned are aware, I don't know if Mugas you are aware, but they are buying Ankole embryo from Uganda at a rate that is alarming and reproducing them. So our product will soon become someone else's product. But today is for a completely different discussion. Ekitwaza kuzaho hatiya no kwetegereza olwo ruzungu lwono ubaza kugamba no kwetegereza okutwabasa kutaho obulyo ninge nkwatanisa hagati ya gavumenti abashubuzi na nimwe abantu bo mu nkole generally kureba ngo entunguka yabaho tikyekyo basi abajonyi banje beri izoba okubanza ni Dr. Edward Kazire. And General, our chief guest, I'm changing the program for a reason, because you said we should first listen to the demands of the people, then we give the solutions. So Kazire nwara abanze kugamba ashoborole bizibu byona kwara aheze hazeho Dr. Pamela Mbabazi, chairperson oguno muntu muhango muno National Planning Authority. No wayino bwenje bwona bokumaraho ebizibu byaitu. Kandi no wakunuye mwanya no wahaliya. Pamela Mbabazi. Tiwene no mujenyi permanent secretary. Ngwenu kalani wa permanent ine yakuze. Ministry of Trade and Industry. Mrs. Geraldine Sali Busuru Aja. So mwena mwisha. You're welcome here. That's what I was saying. Please come and they see you. Kaziro Ruzungu ngwenu ohame ohamere chimwe. So I am going to request you, because of time, if you can kindly condense in 10 minutes. Then we can do question and answer, so because people can ask you. Yes, you all of you sit that side, because me the boss, I'm going to sit this way. So without wasting any more time, munchirize tuachire Dr. Edward Kazire oenenda chiki 10 uruzungu takata murwinji uyijaba abantu bakurebe.
Thank you, our moderator, our chief guest, General Salim Sare, the members of the parliament present, the organizers of this UDB. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. The language about money, I agree with Madame Patricia. There is a lot of money in this world. But what is important is, where is it flowing? Is it flowing towards your pocket or flowing outside your pocket? So that is another discussion that is very key. And if we are to have money flow to our communities, Uganda is agro-based. So if Uganda is agro-based, that's why I'm grateful to OWC. Thank you. If Uganda is agro-based, we know that more than 80% of our communities are depending on agriculture. Then, true, OWC, you have done great work. But there are some gaps we feel as the community, that the produce and materials you supply to us, we need deliberate value addition. You did it in coffee. Today, Uganda, we are proud, we are ranking number 7 globally. Why? there was deliberate infrastructure made, especially in improving the value of coffee, a lot of education about when to harvest the coffee. The processing units are put in almost now to every district has a standard processing unit. But Uganda is not only producing coffee. We have other produce. We have people who are dealing in bananas. We have people who are dealing in pineapples. We have people who are dealing in many other things. Currently, Uganda's National Development Plan, NDP 3, has commercialization of agriculture, industrialization, pathogen economy, ICT, tourism, and services. But the issue is, Madam Patricia, in your presentation, you highlighted research. Research is very key. And I think any economy that is planning to grow without strong research division is like a strong army with a lot of guns and trained people, but lacking an intelligence unit. Then you have no army. They will hit you when you have all the gadgets. So research is key. Why am I emphasizing on this? People are given what to plant, they are given what to grow, then when the time for their harvests are ready, the agents who were promoting, they close offices and disappear. Then this farmer who put in efforts, even borrowed money to establish what you proposed them to produce, then they have nowhere to put it. As I speak right now, I've been forced through my partnership with Mbarara University to engage in essential oil extraction processes. We are doing a research with a professor from Gezira University who is being hired by Mbarara University. Why? Because people came, they told our farmers, you grow mint. They told them to grow rosemary. They grew. When the time for selling to them came, the offices closed. So when I got information, I went on radio, as I said, don't cut. Let me rush to see what I can do. And to fix this, I needed to rush back in the university. We are doing a research. I know by close of this year, Professor Alamin is working closely with me. We shall be able to extract all the people who are having rosemary, mint, and we are doing further research also to work on sandalwood. Sandalwood is being exploited by Asians in Karamoja. The most expensive essential oil. No Ugandan is benefiting. No community is benefiting. After extracting it, the money is reaching out to Asia. And here, our people are keeping poor. And the song is that we cannot develop because there is no money. It's not about the money. We want deliberate laws and environment that is going to favor the farmer. Like now, I wish there would be a deliberate decision in Maif where they research about high value crops that those Europeans want because they have the money. But the challenge is when coffee goes there, we are doing well. When it comes to other materials, Madam Patricia, those guys change games. When you have reached, then they say, now the pesticide residues. I'm grateful. The Department of Pharmacy at Mbarara University, we are working on herbal pesticides so that we hit that, we clean that confusion. When they say pesticide residues, we say we are organic. Research and development. So, I want to be grateful to the army. You fight day and night. You never sleep well that we have peace. But we need scientists and people from the community who also have to decide not to sleep well until when we see the war of poverty moving away from our people. So, Madam Patricia, I want to emphasize to you, I've been talking with my Honorable Member of Parliament, Honorable Rukari. We are putting a think tank for this region where we want all young men who have good ideas. We call them and we spark on them. We touch on their heads. General Salim Saleh, you are aware, 10 years ago, the policies wanted to kill me. When I came to your place, I found you at Garuga. And when I said I'm not being given a quality mark because UNBS is saying they have no standard for tea drinks, it was not my fault. I was an innovator. And I liked what you did. You called them, you instructed, they gave me 3 scientists. I worked with them, we established a standard. Today, behind my natural products development, we are having more than 30 companies that are coming up. So, I feel we need a deliberate decision. It's not that Ugandans, we are lazy, that we don't know what we want, but we want a favorable environment. Today, Coca-Cola is producing bushera. Generally, I don't think Coca-Cola is producing bushera because they like us. It's because they are interested in making money, taking it back to their country, but Besa is going to die. Besa has been buying local millet for the farmers. Now, I think, I'm not sure, I think we need to study data and find out whether Coca-Cola is buying local millet or they are importing millet from America. So if URA does not come in and use the policies and put good tariffs, General, Goodwill Tires is doing well. Why? The tariffs were favoring our own Goodwill Tires which are produced here. So same can be used also in other areas of produce. Why not put serious taxes for imported wines? Then something will happen. That even the external investors who have their factories of wines in South Africa, 4 cousins, will be forced, because he knows he already has here market, he will be forced to come here and put a factory, and when he puts a factory, he will find he has a challenge of raw materials. He will definitely support OWC, support MyIF, and they go to the communities, they make people to produce because they need the raw materials. So if we are to bring our local communities to touch money, we have to cause them to be the center of the raw materials for industries which are producing day-to-day needs that we consume daily. Why would Uganda, of all things, import peanut butter from America? This is a big joke.
Doctor, you have 3 minutes.
So, in the last 3 minutes, I want to call on government to support the local communities to make sure that there is a deliberate research and development which is focused to the communities, so that universities link industry with communities, then we have appropriate solutions which are going to give us sustainable development for our country, for God and my country.
Thank you very much, Obugaro, Dr. Edward Kazire. Can I now request Ms. Geraldine Salibusulwa to tell us the opportunities for industrialization as a catalyst for inclusive growth, opportunities in Keza Kazire.
Thank you very much, Robert. Afande Salim Saleh, Honorable Robert Rukari of Ankole, Mbarara City North. Thank you so much for having us. Mwebale kutwakira agandi. Amazina ganje ninye Geraldine Sali Busulwa. Ngezezaako bampadde 10 minutes. I agree with the people who say twogere mu nnimi ezaffe. Mine is Luganda. I'm still perfecting my Runyankore. So I'm going to mix so that you understand what I'm saying. See, not Mujungu like Mr. Robert Kabushenga said. I'm going to keep it very simple. just so that you understand what is important. And most of it has been said. Naye ebisinga ngenda kubyogera mu Luganda. Nina ebitongole bingi ebiri under trade, industries and cooperatives. Nzenga omuwandiisi w'enkalakkalira, permanent secretary. Omuwandiisi w'enkalakkalira tulina Uganda National Bureau of Standards. Obwedda boogera ku standards. Ekyo kintu kikulu nnyo kubanga when we are talking about exporting, all this is very important. And let me just break it down a little bit more. For example, in Kenya last year, KFC mnajimanya? KFC, they ran out of potatoes obumonde. Nebagamba nti we cannot buy potatoes from the local in Kenya. Our next door neighbor wano Kenya. So the farmers there had excess potatoes. The potatoes were rotting every single day. This man from KFC said, I am bringing my potatoes all the way from Brazil. Bebamanyi standards zange. They refused to buy the local potatoes. Why? For us, in our language, this is all potatoes. You just sika no sika no teka mobutungulu, that's finished. For them, their potato is grown at a certain pH, and that is where the man from Narrow comes in. Their potato is grown at a certain pH, and it is grown in a certain climate, which is frozen, and it is grown to a certain taste, and it has to be consistent across the whole world. So when you taste the potato in Kenya of KFC, it will taste exactly the same as the potato in Uganda, in North America, in South America, in Asia, you name it. That is what they mean by standards. It is not just bring. And that is where we must master. It is the fundamental distance between us and the global markets. But we have everything. We are gifted by God. Last week, I visited Zong. Zong is the man who's doing rice in Luera. This man said that we can actually manufacture. They have identified, China has identified, that Uganda is the only country which can manufacture its own rain. The man said it and I shuddered. Said, first of all, this country is so gifted, they can even manufacture their own rain. So they can even have as many seasons as they want. Can you imagine a Chinese man telling you this about your country? And then I looked surprised, of course, as we always do, Ugandans. But we have potential, we have God-given potential, which we have not exploited to the maximum. So we have invested heavily in production, and then the part of processing to the certain standards is where it's lacking. And I agree with my brother, Mr. Kazire, Professor Kazire. The whole thing about standards is very important because UNBS, they can actually take about three to 6 months clearing a product. And I'm glad that they are coming here tomorrow to speak. They are on the agenda, but they're also under me. So I have a very big challenge, but I cannot do it alone. We are going to do it with you. The other institution, which is the Uganda Industrial Research Institute, also under me, research. My people have said it and they can't say it any better. Research is very important into what we want. Do you know what happened to this Atiak sugar, Sorority Fruit Factory? When we are talking about standards and research, when they say there's a factory coming into that place, everybody ran off to grow their own oranges. Some of them even grew lima one, you know? Ba mere bintu bingi ebika bya michungwa binga 10 nga buli omu aleeta michungwa alowooza nti nno buli kika ky'omuchungwa kigenda kukola. And in the end, that is exactly one of the reasons that factory failed to produce at the standards that was expected. And those examples are here with us. We must learn from them. So if the people in the Uganda Institute of Research and the people of NARO and everybody who's on the research arm of our value chain, if they go out there and say, this is the kind of fruit, we are going to buy it from Norway, and sell it to our local producers. We have got trade finance or agricultural finance being designed by the banking fraternity. Banaba banker, they want to hear bankable projects. They want to hear crop financing. They want to hear that these projects are actually stimulating money flow, cash flow. That's what they want to hear. Let no one even lie to you. Even if they tell you it is 27 billion, out of that 27 billion, they want to walk off with 40 out of you. So your projects had better make money. This financing is not free. There is a cost to financing. Then I would like to talk about export promotion, the marketing. Can you believe that the amount of money that was invested in marketing is like the smallest? When I was looking at Afande's graphs, every single time I saw MTIC, that is our ministry, Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. By the way, there are only 2 GDP arms of this country because it is an agricultural-based country, but there are only 2 ministries sitting on the GDP arm of the country, that is agriculture, trade, industries, and cooperatives. That is where your production mainly falls in this country. Not necessarily the services, but that accounts for about 80-90% of the GDP. But when it comes to marketing it, there is no money. So I think we can actually prioritize our, and speak to where we want our budget to be. They were talking about import substitution. Let me give you very quick numbers in this little time. Njagala mumanye ebintu ebisinga okuleta sente. These figures we actually looked at Uganda Revenue Authority, ekitongole ekiraba sente, ekikunganya sente. Bagamba Uganda's imports are increasing. Sorry, the imports. So the money that we are the things we are importing in are increasing. But for me, mainly it's about population growth. If population grows, we demand more. If businesses grow, we demand more. But this has increased 66% in the last 5 years. So, and that is accounting for about 6,184 million. That is in US dollars. Now, if you look, 4 minutes. So if you look, I also have a watch. So petroleum products, we are importing a lot of petrol. We have a potential in the Albertine region to actually produce our own petrol. Cars, someone talked about having car showrooms every city. Then iron and steel. You people, we have iron and steel in different parts of Uganda. We have steel in Kabale. Mr. Kabshenga, take note, I know you're from there. But we are importing a lot of steel, yet we have got reserves in Kabale, Chisoro. We have reserves in Mbale. Yeah? We have reserves in Sukuru, Tororo. And moreover, the ones in Tororo, it's magnetite. It's a high quality iron ore. And then we even have hematite in Kabale as well, all sitting in your place. So maybe you might want to hear some more, Mr. Kabshenga. And all this we are not exporting, and we are not creating jobs out of it. So we are shortchanging ourselves. Maybe there's a disintegration of markets, knowledge, I don't know. But the Uganda Investments Authority should have been here as well. And my call is that Uganda Investments Authority puts across a catalog of import-export substitution, what Ugandans must be investing in. Because when they have this catalog, Ugandans can self-service on themselves and say, you know what, there is a gap in steel and we have it here. What can we do as a country to increase that production? We have to have a deliberate mechanism to match the markets and stakeholders on the value chain. Then the other thing is medical. You people, do you know that I still have people who order for cold cap and flu cap from Uganda, where I used to work, Nakolanga Bweru. And I used to order my flu cup from Cipla here. And I used to share it with my friends whenever the flu was too much. Claire Dishington and all those people from Her Majesty's, they still look for me to send them those drugs. But nobody is exporting it to Britain officially. But it is the best drug we have for flu. So we have medical, pharmaceutical. And it's the same thing as medical tourism. When you're talking about tourism, it's not just going to enjoy it under the palm trees on the oceans and things. We also want to have, because we have all the doctors, very clever people here in our country, and we are exporting them to other countries to go and work. Yet we can actually create the hospitals for them here. I know we have this hospital in Lubowa, state of the art, but it's not enough. So I think we can actually do better there. Plastics. We import a lot of plastics. Can you believe? We are actually choking our own country. We could have substitutes and not import plastic as such. And then cereals. Abana bamwe balya cornflakes. Yeah, you have now graduated to eating cornflakes. But it is all being imported. Yet we have wheat here. We have everything. I like your idea of the doctor who said that we can do satellite testing. People doing wheat.
Yeah.
I like that very much, because then we can work something out in terms of which area is going to be growing this
You'll
wheat.
know where to grow what crop.
Exactly. Sebo, let me just do this very quickly.
What is your watch saying?
Now, product services. Well, I'm left with 3 minutes. Afande, the ministry is doing some small project called REDIP, the Rural Industrialization Project. But honestly, that part where you said marketing and processing, let me make you laugh. The amount of investments. Out of the 27 projects we are doing in the ministry, 6 of them are here in Ankole sub-region. But let me tell you what they are. A concrete block making machine. Automated chamber vacuum sealing machine. And those ones are, and then 6 cheese vats. 2 deep freezers. You are going to laugh, but it is the reality. That graph of yours which you put there is talking to this one here. Then two honey settling tanks. Like these 2 in this whole Ankole sub-region, 2 honey settling plants. 4 dryers for fruits. When my staff presented this to me when I had just arrived, I almost choked that this was the level of investment on processing. So it is true, and I think we have to rethink that. Then, people.
Okay,
Import substitution, the final one.
Hey.
Sorry. Quality management systems. Now we have to do precision thinking. Precision thinking, we have to position ourselves very well. I want to leave this thing about industrialization. Ankole, you are one of the cities with a lot of money. Take it or leave it. But my charts show me that this is one of the cities that is well gifted with financial empowerment. Have a turnkey industrial park. By turnkey, I mean that the industrial park is actually ready to use, and it could actually be our test. It means that when the land for the industrial park is cleared and we put in the utilities of electricity and water, we actually build the actual factories ready to use. So when investors come, they have a lead time which is now removed from looking for land. All the bribing that you need to do with the LC1 commercial officer.
You people clap for that statement. You have not even clapped.
Maybe they never understood it. Professor Mhedeza will help me translate turnkey industrial park in Runyankore.
It's not there in Runyankore. Turnkey is not there.
Robert Kabushenga is very clever. I'm sure he can help with this situation. Echigwire. Now, that one, we want to try it here in Ankole because I know you have the capacity. So you build the industries and you bring it, and then that means the investor does not have to hustle looking for land, looking for umeme, looking for Namunagani, national water, and everyone. So they just come in, the financiers are there, wanting to sink in 27 billion. So you have got 0 time to production. You start producing and we start marketing for you. I thank you very much for God and my country.
Thank you, Geraldine. I am sure that Dr. Pamela Mbabazi will deliver exactly the same message. Omulunya Ankole, so can you please take the podium? I have a special message for you from my friend called Bruce Benywanira. Yagira ngo rujungu rwa bakali. So anyway, but please take over now and explain to us what the enablers and opportunities are from government.
Okay. Thank you very much, moderator. How come my voice is... Hello. Yeah, this is better. I'll use this. Thank you very much, moderator. Omujenyi witu omukuru Hassan muja kunsasira kuba naza kugamba Orunyankore nimbasa kubasibyaho hanu so nani mbashaba munyikirize ndafusyeho speed omurujungu kugira ngo tubase kubona obwire bwo kuganira konka ego omujenyi witu omukuru abakuru b'amadini bari aho mbitinisa byanyu bamemba ba parliament abari aha local leaders bitu ombitinisa byanyu abakuru ba government mwena ombitinisa byanyu ba professor nimbareba mwena abana bishomero youth private sector bamana batwina aha basebo nabanyabo mbitinisa byanyu. So I really would like you to allow me to speak in English and really get the message across. I want to thank Madame Patricia, my lovely friend, UDB, or the Operation Wealth Creation, Honorable Kari, and the organizers of this forum, the first forum in Ankole that is bringing us together to think about the transformation of our region. I think you need to clap for them because this is phenomenal. I have, since I joined government, have realized that if we can come together as a community, as a region, we can make things happen. I think many of the lamentations that have happened here are things we can deal with. And I really want to thank UDB and OWC and the entire team that has organized this. Because if we can get what we need to do right, we can change the trajectory of this region. So without wasting much of your time, and I'm sorry for disappointing you, my friend Robert, but I want to quickly run through what are those opportunities. What has government done that we need to be aware of as a region? And distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I think over the last 10 years, government has singularly, in a very clear way, worked towards accelerating social economic transformation. And these deliberate moves have been done in many ways, but also practically by setting up specific institutions that are supposed to trigger transformation. Now, in many of these interventions, results have been obtained, and there is very clear evidence of this transformation. And what we've learned from the interventions of government is that actually if you mobilize the right players, if you provide these players with the right resources, and you provide that conducive environment, society can transform. But also, one of the key things that have made us wake up, I think, as a country, is the COVID-19. And I want us to look at it positively, because the entire world shut down. And this sort of got us thinking, as a country like Uganda, we need to fast-track our industrialization. And I'm happy that most of the previous speakers were talking about what do we need to begin adding value. A lot of production is being done. A lot of cultivation is happening here in Ankole. But what do we need to do to kickstart that industrialization? And I think that Madam Patricia mentioned about the economy, where we want to go. And we all need to have that desire. Where do we want to go? And I think she rightly pointed out, and Jeno, you mentioned that we are moving towards developing a modern, self-sustaining and integrated economy. What does this mean? In the case of our NDP3, we have articulated 4 key sort of objectives that we want to get to. One, we want to ensure we promote a profitable and vibrant commercial agriculture. We cannot gamble anymore. We have to be very, very deliberate. If it's Ankole region, if you want to be known for the Ankole cattle, you cannot gamble anymore. We need to be very deliberate in determining which are those commercial farmers of the Ankole cattle and really invest in that area. We need to think about the manufacturing sector. Madam Geraldine talked about the industrial park. That is a given must. If Ankole is going to industrialize, we have to sit down and agree. How are we going to get this industrial park up and running? We cannot gamble anymore. The service sector is very important. It's an enabler. I am happy Honorable Rukari talked about the restaurants and hotels that are coming up to promote the tourism industry. That as well, if Ankole wants to be known for that, let us pick a few value chains and deliberately work through it. Another area, because we're in the 5th industrial revolution, we cannot avoid talk about the ICT sector. Where are we positioning this in Ankole? So those 4 areas are very pertinent, and we need to deliberately, as a region, agree on how we are going to pass through this. Now, I want to touch a little bit on why do we industrialize. Of course, you very well know, ladies and gentlemen, that as a country, we have continued to export raw materials, and these fetch us very low prices. COVID has shown us if the world closes, we need commodities. So we must deliberately think about what are we going to produce. And the only way to think about this is to think industrialization. Now, as a country in our NDP3, we have specifically worked out export promotion over the next 5 years and import substitution. And I think the previous speakers did allude to this. We must create jobs for our youth. It is industrialization that will do this. We have to increase demand for our inputs produced by agriculture, and we must industrialize in that case. We need to have a healthier trade balance. The reason why Ministry of Trade is not getting its resources, we are not getting a balance in our trade. We need to industrialize to be able to do this. We need to ensure that our labor is productive. So we must make sure we deliberately set the conducive ground for us to industrialize. But what are those opportunities in agriculture in this region that we really need to be thinking about beyond what has been talked about? I want to remind us that in our NDP3, we have specifically indicated 18 different agricultural commodities that this country can produce. But again, the National Planning Authority is working with the Ministry of Agriculture. We are doing a review of what will be grown potentially and supported deliberately by government in this region to ensure that we get it right. We cannot gamble anymore. We want to make sure that the soils that you have now are able to promote a particular commodity that will then create a particular niche for the region. And this, I think, will put us on the right track. Dr. Kazire, you did mention very rightly that R&D is key. We have to do that, and I think His Excellency has been very resolute in ensuring that we have a Ministry of Science and Technology specifically to ensure that we get it right. The entire value chains of the commodities that have been selected will start with research and development and moving through to production, to processing, to marketing, to ensure that it's from the field to the table. And this is being done deliberately. And we want your engagement in this. You're on the ground, you know what is happening, and these conversations must continue. I know you're pushing me to move faster, but I wanted us to focus specifically for the region.
I haven't said anything yet.
You're very much aware that a lot of investments are going on across the country, but I wanted to draw your attention specifically to the market, and I think, General, you mentioned this. As we decide on the commodities that we focus on as a region, we need to be thinking about the market. You have a market in the DRC. I would like to challenge you. What is the business community in this region doing to prepare themselves to penetrate the DRC? You cannot allow this to happen as a by the way. Companies, organizations, as far away as Nigeria, as far away as Kenya and Ethiopia, are already organizing their private sector to come and take advantage of the DRC when Uganda is opening up the roads. I think you're much closer, we are much closer. Let us work together in ensuring that we develop key commodity chains that can penetrate this market. Now, the percentage, in terms of manufacturing, I want to remind us that the percentage of manufactured goods in our country to total export is only 15%. So we're doing very badly with manufacturing, especially if you compare to a country like Germany that is about 72%. And we need, again here, to really think very seriously. Over the next 5 years, what does this region want to be known for? What do we want to focus on? You can't keep touching everything and anyhow. We have to sit down and agree. And I'm happy that this conversation is beginning now, because I told Honorable Rukari and I was getting the rest of the members of parliament organized. We finished the development plan. We finished the program implementation action plans. We must work on a regional development plan in order to have an integrated and self-sustaining regional economy. There must be some deeper thinking of the kind of commodities that we want to focus on. And I really want to present NPA. I have some of the brilliant minds in this country. It is our job to help regions come up with these plans, and I would love to offer National Planning Authority to help you in formulating a plan that will get you to really begin adding value to your commodities in a very deliberate and systemic way. Now, I'm going to focus now on the enablers. And allow me, Robert.
Geraldine's watch says you have 3 minutes.
I will quickly end there, because I've talked about briefly on the opportunities and commercializing agriculture, and particularly in manufacturing. But what are those enablers? And this I want to really bring in the guidance that His Excellency has really shared with the nation, and particularly understanding what are those bottlenecks that would affect a region like this to achieve what I'm talking about. And here we need to deliberately look at land in Ankole. And I'm happy the gentleman, the old man, asked about the soil samples. These are very hard questions we need to ask ourselves, because access to land for production has been a major issue in agriculture, but also in manufacturing. Land evictions have been very, very pertinent, maybe not in this part of the country, but in many parts of the other country. And let's be very deliberate. If we are going to commercialize agriculture, you're not going to commercialize agriculture on a small 2-acre, 3-acre piece of land. Let's be real. We will have to organize the farmers to get into some kind of contract farming to be able to do commercialized agriculture. If it is manufacturing, you're not going to manufacture unless you have an industrial park, if it's going to be for export. Now, that's why we need to really think about the factors of production, analyze them one by one, and see how we get through this. Now, industrial parks, having fully serviced industrial parks, like Geraldine was saying, is a must. We must work towards that. In terms of labor, indeed, government has done so much in UPE, USE, the universities are good, but we still lack skills. If we're going to get factories, and Dr. Kazire might bear witness to this, we must deliberately work towards skilling our youth. They're here, and we must work together, even as a region. And of course, government is reviewing the policy, education policy, and I think that we will get it right, because we do have a critical mass of amazing able-bodied youth, and once we get them the right skills, I think we'll deal with the issue of labor. On capital, I'm very glad that Madame Patricia has really exhausted that issue. I just want to emphasize the point that General mentioned, that in this region, we're going to have over 70-point-something billion under the parish model. You cannot allow this to just be there. I think you need to deliberately, as the private sector, begin to think deeply about how this capital will be utilized for productivity and transformation. Entrepreneurship is also another factor of production that you cannot just ignore. we need to think as a region, how are we dealing with this bottleneck? And I think that in terms of what government has done, I think there has been a lot of trainings that are happening, but we need to partner more. Incubators that are being set up here, we need to be very deliberate in ensuring that we don't do things haphazardly. The issue of markets, I'm not going to go there further, but I wanted to, 5 minutes, yes?
I was saying finally.
Finally, give me 2 minutes so that I conclude. The issue of markets, I think Geraldine has mentioned. There is a lot of market. We need to be very deliberate because even in the case of the Ankole cattle, there are so many products that can come from it, truth be told, but there are also different markets that we can really package these outputs from that commodity. We have bananas. Bananas, again, can make clothes, can make paper, can make all kinds of products, but we need to segment these markets. And with the African Continental Free Trade Area, I think everything is happening. Finally, knowledge. I think that we certainly cannot do away with research and development. And this is what we need to focus on, partnering with universities, as Dr. Kazire mentioned, but working together in partnership. One of the major challenges that is stopping us as a nation, as a country, from progressing faster is the failure to work together as one community. And I want to challenge us as Ankole. I think we can move beyond the specifics and deliberately see what is it we can do together to make a difference. In conclusion, I think government has adopted a policy of import substitution and export promotion, and I think that if we are able to link the sectors, making sure that we understand the bottlenecks around the factors of production, address them in land, in labor, in capital, in entrepreneurship, in ICT, I think we will move a long way. I think government has provided a numerous number of enabling environments that can facilitate transformation of our region. We need to deliberately agree to work together. No single district, no single parish can make it happen. There has to be some integration, and we need a regional development plan for us to move systematically and make a difference. I thank you, and I hope I'll answer your questions in the Q&A. Be blessed.
Thank you very much. Mubonjere ngaro aba bantu. Don't worry, we're going to manage it. So, Patricia, I am going to ask for a few more minutes because there is a saying in Runyankole, ngu ahole vero mukama. Patricia, ask somebody next to you to translate for you. Ahole vero mukama. So, these people of Ankole, it is one umwale wo mukama. So hati ogunomugisha gwanyu ebizibu byanyu byona byentunguka mutakaleta biriye bindi ebyentunguka kusha nibyo tuwaza kuzama hatiya. So I will ask for a few more minutes, and I think the way we should take this conversation is to avail these two microphones. Let the people from the business community of Nkore come, and in 2 minutes, each one says, my problem is industrial park, ebyanje gari, ondeje byoma, omushoro, nenji. Ba parliament atmwaza kunama, because you have your parliament there where you can talk the whole day. Today, age parliament, ne yabantu babutosha. Bagambe bizibu byabo, byona bihweyo, then turuga. Whether you answer the questions or not is another matter, but at least let the people feel that they've laid out the things that they want. So,
Robert.
Yes, please.
first introduce the government agencies which are present, because most of the questions can be answered by the agencies directly.
Okay, I think Barbara, you are going to help me because you had
Government agencies, NARO, NADS, UCDA, DDA, those present, please.
And can you come? Somebody
UCDA,
come. Somebody come and turn these microphones. I think
UIA. So come forward so that people can see you, because the panelists may not be able to handle your questions.
Okay, but
yeah.
Please come forward if you're a government agency. Mwijaho misho balebi mukira kweshere ko masuti ganyu na office zigumire kutuli kwija mutubinjira gate or an appointment.
Apple is for UCDA. UIA, Uganda Investment Authority.
Please mention your organization in full. Muyeona masika abantu babalebi.
So because they can't.
Okay. Nyowa mazina ndika mujisha Aporo, Director Development Services of Uganda Coffee Development Authority.
Echo ni chumara. Utakagamba binji. Just you and your organization, because I want. Meanwhile, abalenda kugamba emikono higuru. Kumwaba binji. Please continue introducing yourselves.
Dr. Halid Chironda is my name. Director of Research, National Cultural Research Organization, currently leading the Mbarazona Cultural Research and Development Institute.
Okay.
Dr. Tire Andrew Mwebaze from National Livestock Resources Research Institute, NARO.
Okay.
Atwa Dennis is my name. I'm a dairy inspector with Dairy Development Authority, located here in Southwestern Region, Mbarara. Thank you.
And Martin Mahanji, Uganda Investment Authority.
Next.
Mildred Barunji, Uganda Development Corporation.
Alex Anganya from Uganda Registration Services Bureau.
Okay, you go and sit. First of all, please listen carefully and write everything down, because I don't think we have enough time this afternoon to answer all the questions. To the extent that we can, we shall invite you. But for now, Mwesiga and Barbara, I want one person this side, another one this side. 5 people that we select, starting, okay, Bishabakazi Kaba, number 1. Omwami Rutahigwa, number 3. Just come and line up here. Obuli omwenda chikibiri, omuzinda rogulya. And Mr. Rutahigwa. These are 4. Barbara, get me that lady Ijoa Garubindija. Come. Iwe gumakunu saide ya nyuneji. Ogomuzinda rogo. Abakunu ya batano muchare nyuma Isha. Muzeyi haliya Bruce. Haza nyoindi kali endachika ibiri wayanziraho no kuyaho chifuba abasirikare nimbareba ni binchi abaside muza this way muzeya microphone age 5 Barbara 5 these are 3. I need 2 more. That's it. Only. Fine. Now we are going to start. Enda chikibidi. Aza mutakazo muku kusima manyava apart direct. Embozi taro hoish. Gomiza mhati.
My name is Amujiz Kellen. I'm from Bushenyi, Director Good Nasalan Primary School. Of course, when I heard that UDB, they could give us some money, we are very hungry after 2 years. We have had loans, and these loans have really multiplied. Just as they are saying we could get money from the bank, we don't know how we are going to do it because we have the other loans standing. We are trying to pay when they opened, but things are not working out. Then my other request is all these organizations that are putting in efforts, thank you very much, you are trying youth, you are trying that, but we need to have a special measure for gender issues because the land being a factor of production. And here we have husbands who can even sell your land. Today you've been in the garden, tomorrow you find somebody else that it has been sold. You don't know what it can be when you are trying to look for justice. It happened to me. I almost cried and said, justice in Uganda is so expensive, or it's not even available.
Right.
I had to buy the land. I had to look for money in COVID time. Now the loans are on my neck just because I'm a woman.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. This side, Bruce. Enda chika ibiri ndikuzubalira hanuya.
Nibanyeta Bruce Benywanara Rugisingiro district ndiyo muhinji w'urutoke wasingiriye anga ryo no mukinga bitoke ni East Africa. Ekibuzo nikiza side edge. Kutandikira aha nadizi kikawere creation. Batuhire bintu ntusima. Konkita bentoke tutuganyirwemo. Ahabo kuba tine muhinji nomwe na ubu yakwa Bruce onata yayire bakajya nadizi bamusupportingire ahabwo rutoke. Ahabwo kwa kimwe urutoke embu yagwe yamwene eberumu. Tutwetaga mbu konka tutine support yo kubasa kweyongera entoke zikaba nyingi. Rero nkaba nyoni inteme bitoke 10 buri kwezi. Nyine capacity yo kutasya miliyoni nkaga kuzo muri kinana. Konko go ruptandika hati akarora kachaka masha nikagure mitwaro 25 aremerwe okuyakubasa kwinga rutoke habo kugira mutayine support mwe nanishaba mwana muhereza w'umwana n'amajani nebindi nabentoke bagambeho
mugasotereza amasha
wabari munongo amazina Alex ariho ndargo mu company baleta Excel Hot Consult here Mbaraga.
Ikibuzo
cyanje ni propose ibiri to the government and the bank good enough also to Professor Pamela. Ecyo kubanza government eratagetinga nashira supportinga abantu bana mu Uganda, what we call the formal sector, the informal sector, the rural and the urban.
Ekibuzo na nekiteso ojende direct
service ezituseturagamba esente ezitushemeye kwa twaha abantu tuletenga obuhabuzi kugira ngo buri district egiye kituleta a business advisory and incubation clinic. Wakirebera wafandesa ari musare twakigambireho niriza wakireba esete zirasa kuba ziri kukonka abantu bataba prepared okubuza we call it in English pitching. Warebera kuri region ya presenting issues zayo kuri hariho investor aruga hard mu World Bank and the rest, there was no viable business fund, and that's the reason why we need one district, one business advisory center or incubation hub. Ekyakabiri tuli kugamba the parish development model. The parish development model requires specific skill sets and competencies. Na ndashaba mu afandesare na team tubanze twakora kituleta regional skill and talent mapping. Tumanye ngo value addition ya agro-tourism uraza kutandika hotel but you don't have tour guides. Now we can work with universities to prepare the skill sets that meet the investment we are talking about. We can talk about agro-industrialization, but how many food sciences do we have that are based in the rural areas that we're talking about? There must be a relationship.
Thank you so much. My name is Marina Salma. I'm a Deputy Speaker, Mbarara City South Division, and I'm a Deputy Treasurer for National Speakers Association. I have two questions, and my questions goes to Madam Patricia or the UDB. One is, we have a problem of limited flow of information.
Question.
My question is, how are you going to improve that? Because these people hansi omu UDB bine run ya boda konka abantu bita hansi okwe katete, they don't know about that information. Then my second question is, ababa chabafuna information, whenever we reach to those banks, the requirements are too much. These young people, these young innovators, the only thing they have, they are the national IDs. Ochizayo oshanga bine requirements nyinze ziwa kubashaba oshanga abantu ba young investors and innovators batabyine nibyo byebuzo byanje bibuzo wa Madam Patricia. Thank you so much.
Omwamero tahigwa
tubuza mukabushenga mbene bible negirangu bible kutukubantu gisoma nk'itwa abakristayo n'abakristo n'abasiramu tushobora ngurango mwana ranga tata rumuyurkwera we nakushemerwa general sare nantegereze buzeyi konko ryo murumuni nyine kizibu cyanje ndiyo murisa ninye ndukuri sente zenyankore kandi ningezaho kuri sake cyane abari kungambira ya baba takumbaye mbwene nani nkubuza sebo iwe irango murumuna
rutayebwe ebyo nebyabona muzeyi ebyente timtura mbagambire sono nangu mugambire ki
kare kangambira bahansa bayuguru nabo behurire
kare
mbwenu government kayatereze wesente ziri kurugo mu World Bank zikaza mu Bank of Uganda zikargayo zikaza mu Commercial Bank nibazeta agriculture loan ya 10%. Bakazimpaho murundo gumwe kunaga naziti nabo butashoma bwanje nayo miliyoni igana ubakana banje maka biliyoni 3 na 5 kunazireta nareba ninda ko kwisheshora kunagarikireyo bazi inyuma ba bank nababuza kandi kanshishwireje esente katizanyu kanazurgo mu World Bank muzeyi kana shakira na government ye bambuza ngwiwe unichimanyisa no manya muzeyi lero nyina marari nanye natina namangu hatu byasesikana ntati yoshi muzeyi wotamurebiri wo amasho abiri tunyoni mureba ntobuyari nkamwe hakana manka usumon Petero yakana Yesu mbena ni kushaba ogarikire ko kunyambati covid kuyagira umuzeyi yatutina beni watu wayehireyo kankutunyi ngambere batereze sente za gurukara charoni niza kutiyambe cyamuheru ecyamuheru se wenteze mwana muri kampa izibana bagamba ziri South Africa kuzashire bakayikunda ogurwa amakosa yoborozo mujungu owanje obamuzeyi nwanyambere kumundetera yaba ni butindu kumanya baika bangura wente zanje burinte bakana bagikudora nibagigura dore nkumina nazo miliyoni hayi 12 bazitwara hatukumpikireyo natum owantume owagebra bayore izetanye horeza yabandi kandi kubi
haza omwamiro tahigwe echo taramanya kubazi ikize kuriya baze guza emiliyoni 200 ezakunuya buli ntemwe gumiza mu muzeyi.
My name is I'm called Metsera Benomchisha. I'm a commercial fish farmer at level of Africa. I have certificates. Even World Bank funded for electricity at my fish project in the Sinjiro district.
Question or comment?
I will use Runyankore Ruchiga kwenda ngu abamwe nkoko guyagamba agire byabamo amurunyankore Ruchiga nibagira ngo buri kimwe kine omuheru General Sanumusare nkamumanya kare na imbwa nagete embuza gete mbuzi takwino munawo kuyandeba yasheka government egerezo gukora konka ahasoku hariyo ababyingirira bintu nico rukurebera no bworo kazero kwiyanaga amatwe na kitero mu ngaro ebimwe tibari kwenda bikore bakora ekibeta politics is what that game munsazi rugambe abamwe nibakolese cyo bagindura ngoko wareba buri umwe nagira ahabwo kubanyowe
konka omwanya guri kugenda
nagwagenda president akayizero wanje tinyine bomu babanje kingire konka notangara kumumba mwino mukoro abantu wabajya ngwereze mukoro bakimanya urete byenyanja aha alive nyine types mwenda ze byenyanja koreka kubikuzara enjeje ebimuriyoni mugambira abantu kutwara Kongo bine ninye aho kwa president akandaganise excavator kuyambwe najya ngutindaje bwene rugunda yaterese mubagire nabwo abagitweyire kugira ngo utari mu kumagire tukonaenda kwisha ngo yingwa njura yagwirere katwisha kwa mukaka mbwene abantu nibenda rebere corruption yerese robuzi musare mugerezo gukora mwebare kine kimutakumanya ruwa tukubakimanya konkati nibende kate ukona tiyaza kubigamba mbwene no utangara buri omwe wanori hari commercial fish farmer at the level of Africa nyine document eri koreka billions 5 na miliyoni 8 in 2013 ebyenyanja ebi bashangiro wanje nabamwe bine esimunungi noringurizo yatukunda ne farm so yebuze nyotinye sirwa kwiyaho kumpurire bagamba abo kubana omonye kikumanyisa kubagizire murimwe ntino rukubarya deje nkanezire ho abambinga RDC nwe yagira ati no ati mureke misera iki mbwenu oguno mubazi esente twakuzibona ba farmers ekikazere nagamba imwe ba farmers na neminyeto mbe organized mureke ne mukandi kuenda kuriro muru konga esente mu banka zitahayo nyo baranterere banyetera na billion na ntabona bafe bazana yebu aho kato kunterera ntarabire waki ikikabe kitandi
Hati oli kuhendera.
So ndi kuhendera nyowe okuba cyorufumu ngo buri kimwe kigiro mubazi obwo kureba abantu aba barwine umumico mirungi bakaheza ubwo yeje ona shiburi kimwe cyonda mu ryeje mu 7 akejo wanje ati bakari magabidiba mwe shingire ngo gwazeyo mureke tugire associations cyantangaza kugira ngo nanka kongo kibakwenda nebyenyanja nebidiba makumyana ninguze byenyanja nitanise konka babiri batanyisiraho kati bakwenda ngane
Kali twakwete tina kumbugisha gwo kugamba cyoni gumiza indakika zawe bazirya
hapana tibazirya thank you moderator and amazina the Dr. Richard Achisimire Irgad kandi the director of academics our Makerere University Business School Mbarara Regional Campus mwene nyowe ekibuzo nanimbuza afande sale enamba yo kubanza watwereka a very good video about Kapeka kandi twaranga ubuzima. There is a lot of development happening at Kapeka. That is a wonderful job you are doing, but we have a very big challenge of centralization. All these wonderful ideas start from the central. What plans do you have for us? Itwe nkabantu abarimu regions. Recently, I am a resident of Ruruti Mbarara. Kungatubiri turiyaho twareba in NFA land, which we thought was to be degazetted. Instead of putting a wonderful project like what you have in Kapeka, hatabatirechevera ruagatiye town in the heart of the city. So are we developing backward or we are moving forward?
Thank you.
So our request is try to centralize all those good ideas. That
Centralize or decentralize?
Decentralize, sorry. Secondly,
I need to move on.
Yes.
Sorry. Time.
Yes. Finally, to Robert Rukari, I want to thank you, Honorable, for what you have done for us. This is very good. But also you need to recognize that we have wonderful ideas as universities. Always partner with us. We are think tanks. Be with us. We shall work with you in trying to build this region. Thank you so much.
Mwaza kundema, mwaza ukuna aleba. Mwaza kundema mbichinge.
Okay.
Gumiza mu endachika za njiviri nazo.
My names are Misango Josam. I'm a farmer. I'm a farmer leader. And I have 3 questions.
1.
I'm sorry, Mr. Kaushenga, I'm at times misunderstood or mistaken for being frank and factual.
Now you be frank and factual.
Emphasize these problems. 1, the first one is on planning. It's good the chairman, National Planning Authority, is here. I want to assure you that you really require statistics to plan properly.
Okay.
So, but the problem we have is that the statistics you get from down are fictitious.
Okay, that is 1.
Okay.
You said 3.
2 is on Uganda Development Bank. I happened to have been a victim of circumstances. I wanted to come to Uganda Development Bank to access a loan. I heard all that was required, but when I reached there, they told me no, the loans are given to cooperatives, not individuals.
But now you have moved away from the microphone.
I'm communicating to the right person. Thirdly, the issue of parish development program. This is a very good program, but the fact that it is starting from above, it may end up like the other programs that have failed, which were good for the farmers.
Okay, so those are 3.
Now, I have one advice I want to give.
But you said 3.
A catalyst, yes, it is on parish development.
But you, okay.
Parish development.
Because you are eating the time of all these people. Now you are all going to be 1 minute. Yes.
make sure you inject a catalyst that will catalyze, development of the parish development program. And this catalyst is nothing other than reintroduction of what we used to call mutara or agricultural competitions.
Okay, thank you.
Omubwira.
Mjini mwitu mkuru afande sare. Nyono banyetanda kwa Lincoln katakuza. Ni ndigar shede kiruhura. Ndaba chairperson wa Shede Farmers Cooperative kandi chairperson wa Kenshunga Coffee Producers and Marketing Cooperative Society. Okwanje kwa kuyokushaba government ngo murishere umurkenshunga umunyabushozi mutere cyo macyo mwane cyo gushubura tukabasa kuguzaho kwa nukuteganza gutwara ibanda nakunumbarira bateganza umuhanda umuntu tarara cyoma tarara ho tukumira umwane
kali
nani nsabe cyo afande sari kandi nani nsaba nko yibutuzaronewe umushweke cyo itwarigiye mu cyanyabushozi afande ugakeyo otezo muzi nyoni nkiriza kweza ekazi 5 Ostero factory
kali
yo bari mnonga
abecyoma nimbahagira
we bari mnonga nyowe canje kiryaha promotion export promotion
uboha.
It's a general question.
No, who are you?
I'm Tumwesije Silva. I'm a producer of Red Star wines.
Okay.
A local wine, one of the leading local wines in Uganda.
Okay, question.
The question is one, on the Red Star and promotional export promotion. We are trying to bring in the issue of export substitution.
Right.
And we have a competition, as Dr. Kazile stated. We produce wine from bananas. Okay. Every liter of wine.
What is the question?
Please, give me time.
No, I actually don't have the time. I'm sorry.
You're going to disorganize me more.
No, please ask.
I'm trying to actually put it attention.
Please ask your question. Because
every liter of wine, General Sare is charged 2,000 Uganda shillings. We sell a bottle of wine at 10,000. Now you are encouraging export substitution. I mean import substitution and promoting export promotion, and even encouraging people to produce their own products. It may be a dream for any other person to add value on bananas, especially with wine, if this continues, because we are already in the market. But there are many producers of wine, as you are going to see, but one cannot actually access the market.
Now you need to ask your question. I'm sorry, because we can't stay till 4 o'clock.
I'm trying to put my point clear, that there will be no promotion, there is no protection of these industries. They are even going to die away. My request is, those who are the planning authority, that we look into this matter. Maybe it was because, yes, you protect. How are you protecting the local manufacturers? There's no protection completely.
Thank you.
Because the charge is too high.
Next person.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much, moderator. We are happy that we have you.
Please, just wait. The two people who have come, I have closed. The last person who go at TV, abandi mugaruke. Naheza, umwanya gwa agenda. Naheza niwe garuka ya ntebe yawe. Ugo wenyuma.
I'm called Naomi Kashaka Rwantwende. I represent older people, the female ones, in Kiruhura and Kashonyi constituencies.
Question.
Ngenda kushaba omwizina ly'abakazi abaho tuyire biteekateeko abatakine n'abashaija majority 90%, abatakine property. Kumutwera nka government mukatuheereza okuturabeho ahabwokuba tukine oburyo n'obwenge kubaho ntubasa kuhwerwa omu miringo ebiri. Ntushaba ngu habeho factory y'ebitooke kubyomya nk'eri isingiro kugita Kiruhura nari Kashongi ahabwokuba ntuhinga ebitooke bingi kandi nibitufeera busha omu season ehweire obw'ebitooke bibere nibisya ekitooke tubere ntukiguza shilingi 2 kitari kukitya 5 n'okushaba kwange ngu mutuhereze factory y'okwomya ebitooke tukatunda esaano yabyo nk'abakaikuru abakiina obwenge kandi abakiina amaani abindi kurepresentinga
Kale.
kyo nekyo kubanza ekyakabiri ninshaba ngu hariho abakaikuru abataine mwanya gw'entooke abarikureebererwa omu maka batakiine bashaija nanye mbarimu abatakiine bashaija kandi abaana ku barikukura benda kubyemarira bonka ahabwokuba culture nikwo erikubagira mbwenu naninshaba ngu mututeereho aha buri cooperative yoona tugireho obwoma oburikucunda amate tukagatunda omu products ibiri amata gataine fat na butter itwe nk'abakaikuru ekyakashatu nanyenda kugamba munonga
oine bingahe
eki nekyamuheko ekyakashatu haine omugambi owagamba akagira ngu itwe nitwenda kumanyirwaho ki itwe nka Ankole region nanyenda kubashoborora nshomereho kake aha by'amate ente y'enyankore tiyo kurebwa burebwa kyonka abantu kwija kututayayira kureba amahembe gayo n'omukira gwayo n'amabara ente y'enyankore ebyerikurwamu byona ni bingi konka ninja kugambaho bina eine enyama nungi kuhita y'enjungu eine amate marungi ni quality kuhita y'enjungu eine oruhu rurungi ente y'enyankore nogirya kugihaho ihembe kugitaha kigeri kandi byona n'emibazi ekyokureberaho katugamba aha kigeri itwe abakaikuru ntwetenga calcium teine kirikukiza ekigere kyente calcium nahabwekyo nanimbashaba ngu itwe tumanyirwe ahante y'enyankore ereke kuba ekyokureberaho ky'abagenyi kureba konka tutambire ebe omubazi ebe pride ebe itungo ebe obunuzi ebe byona omuri Ankole mwebare munonga
mwesigwa ngira wahurira
Protocol observed. By names of Mugabe Barnabas, Councillor Nyamitiobora, at the Minister of Production, Mbara State Division, South Division. Here I'm with two questions. First is a request on the soil testing kits.
Okay.
The NALO is covering the whole of Western, and it cannot even just satisfy every farmer. If we get like soil testing kits and we put it down there, like we have the agriculture officer at our division who can help farmers there inside. So if we get like soil testing machines and we are given to these people down, there the people can be helped.
Number two.
And the second is going to UNBS. UNBS is doing bad. Like me, the Minister of Production, as I'm just going around here, many things are in the shops that are out, like we have blue band. The blue band from Kenya, I don't know the MOU that they signed with Uganda, that they are not supposed to exchange the thing that has expired. And that one, I have a proof on it. I just reached the people of River, they told me that they cannot change anything, while our people are there down the forced to sell things that are already expired. Thank you very much.
Madam.
Amazina ganje nibanyeta twebaze Florence omugenyi mukuru twamwakira n'abagambi n'aba MP bitu ndi omuhingi kurugwisingiro ekibuzo kyanje no kugira general ya presenting wealth creation na okuba distributing jire konkana nishaba general report ejo teri physical ahakuba ko kugenda physically abafunde bafunire batakubasa kubireberera in the next 2 years okashanga bitariho surely it's not maintainable abantu abafunde tebakubasa kubigumiza mukubaho kugira ngo nondijo neighbor in the next 2 years afuneho twantushaba report ejo tugende tuzeyo physically turebe kintu kiruhure kindi no kushaba abemishoro ibintu ebitukutunda ninga bizimbe bitukuzaho ninga kanse bye kusetinga netutandika mutwikirize tutandike kandi omukutandika ntuba twine kake reka nimwe muturebe ngo ntwenda kutandika emishoro ejo mazima ba trade na nabakatare Mbara Central Market is almost done. Nshabe mshoro sincere ekyendere tubase nitwe kweyombeka
emishoreha ya district ninge ya URA
sijeno URA na district na council
mwena kali
nyawende omwami Deus tumusima mteganda
nirwekera abarisa b'ebyenyanja omu region egi ahaba organizations ishatu mbara City South Fish Farmers, Rwampara Cooperative Fish Farmers hamwe n'abwa AAA ahabwa region egi ya Western. Mwene ebizu byanje biri aha kyenyanja. Ekyenyanja ni business yakubyo nebasa kurugamu kurungi munonga. Unganyenda ngushabe twerwe ombintu bishatu. Ekyokubanza fish farming waza kugira abahoje. You must do 3 things well. Utakuba ine embibo nungi munonga.
Okay.
Oyine byo kurya birungi munonga. Kandi oyine nakatari.
Okay.
Mwene tuyine ekizibu kyango munonga ekyembibo enungi. Ahundu gambara embibo egi nitugiha tororo. Tujiha wakso. Wahabuko mu region omu embibo egi termu. Yet we have a sleeping giant at Bushenyi here. Government yatere sente nyingi munonga konka hachare itakubasa kukora. Umbyeki kabe nishaba afande. Aba bantu abo bagikwase batabasa kugikora ito nka farmers mugitwase tugiyekora turonde experts tuzaze byenyanja bitu tubase kutunga a bit more cheaply.
Okay.
Echa kabiri imported feeds are suffocating our business. Because a kilogram of feeds hagati ya 15 na shilingi kakaga, which is actually not sustainable because we need 1.5 kilograms of feed to get 1 kilogram of fish. So if you spend 7,200 on a kilogram of fish, this imported feed. Ahongabe ni shaba. Mutwajara a regional feed mill of floating pellets. Really fish farming mu region egi nitiba kugenda ahiguru munonga. Ekyakashatu nkabe ni shaba tugere still a regional or district value addition technologies. Ekyokureberaho nkahurira nyona nyiga munonga kuna shanjere technologies hizo na nkina za concentratingwa central region when there is not even one in this region. So nkabe njangwa have value addition nitwe onangwa ebe positioned around here. You even have the land where you can put it tutunge a value addition machine where you can add value, where you can add life shelf to our fish.
Correct.
And finally, this one I think should go to Madame Pamela and Madame Patricia. Nkabe ni bashabangu murimburize munonga operations za banka ya UDB. Abokuba nawaza kubuza mpahe mikora abantu baratugeraho sente ezo nibabarwa munonga. And when you actually push it down, these your partners, the banks, you can never access it. And these other banks, of course, have very high and prohibitive interest rates. When I njarangu really industry yaza kurgayo kandi nikibasika mbuni rugayo mbirengo mwatuyambaho omunshongezo nkishatu narina nani mbashaba. I have a store outside here. Akunamani aganje nkomuntagu nkweteramu mugende murebe fish okwera kubasa kwigana. Kandi mukimanyungu ampaha fish, it is possible that fish can be a successful project.
So you na Metsera numukora hamwe.
Metsera is an individual, but me I have those other organizations I've talked about. I have Mbara City South.
Metsera yaba atari mu association ya
Mbara City South Fish Farmers Association. It even has a circle. I have Rwampara Fish Farmers Cooperative Society, and then finally I have AAA Fish Farmers Association.
Ahon home kuturebesa zamarari. Ahon home kuturebesa zamarari kunojya ngo hati Metsera aho Metsera byakushaba president nibyo wagarkamo.
But for us, we are in cooperatives. If as an individual he can do it, for us we are doing it as cooperatives.
Ebarhaye is outdated. It is 2015.
Oh, fine.
Why can't you be one organization? Because we are looking for groups like yours.
Yeah, and we have them in place.
So hatuweja waganira tuwatuhereza an exact financial request. Wagamba generally, you don't have capacity to borrow.
Of course, we have the capacity. We even have the write-ups. That we have not presented them here. Yeah, we even have the write-ups. Right from day one up to the harvest time, we have all that information. We even have proposals. By the way, for your
No,
information.
first hold on. We're here for 2 days. Go and bring the paperwork. You give it to Patricia.
Very fine.
Finished.
Yeah.
It was omuruzungu.
Tomorrow I'm delivering the data and what is required. Thank you very much for your attention.
But all those people, all your members should be able to guarantee the loan.
True.
If you get the loan, they should be able to buliomate personal guarantees.
Fine.
Because all the money you are looking for fish, it takes just 9 months and you get the money back.
Exactly. I have very successful farmers even around the city here. We have. And
So
who can do that.
what do they want? Is it capital or technology or market?
Especially want a hatchery. This is why I was saying if the government cannot personalize the one of Shenyi, you give it to us and we really do the needful. Number two,
who is managing the one of Shenyi?
I think the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries.
Anybody?
It has been there for many years. Just
Anybody present here?
Giant.
Anybody who has knowledge about that fisheries thing in Bushenyi?
No, I've personally been there. It's not operational. And yet,
Yeah,
the government has put in a lot of money.
Anybody with knowledge?
Who?
No, but the one who knows the hatchery. You know. Come and explain why it's not working.
You said you know the hatchery. Now,
you know the hatchery, but not about the hatchery. Okay, catch in. No, but you make your plan and submit. I'm very interested in the fishing because
it will be submitted.
Then, Sarah, how do you?
Hello.
Yes.
That's what I was telling you. Me, when you visit national at Kajasi, they tell you what is in Kundani farm. I know him. He's a farmer. So I would advise you as a fish farmer or a senior fish farmer to make documents like mine, get everything you want, get a loan in the bank, if you can pay, it's okay.
But
Or you can,
it seems okumje no shote na kucheze byenyanja hatumanya no shote okuziri.
No, but me, I was visited. America visited my farm. I have given you documents.
Sir.
International law,
Sir.
they know where
I think,
Kundani
sir,
farm
the way
is.
forward, sir, the way forward is for them to submit the documents
Let them
tomorrow.
submit.
And this-
The one of them said I've taken.
And I don't want to finish that money. You can apply.
No, I
Thank
think.
you very much, Afandi.
Thank you.
What I want is a land to build a cold room where to keep the fish.
Ondijo. Aza munda which is manya injare ndikubi.
Yes.
Political observed.
General Sare.
Please wait. We have.
I want to talk about the fisheries.
No. We have a bit of order here. You come. You come this way.
Protocol
You come.
observed. Good evening, all. Nabanyeta Gumananye Abani. I'm a student at Bishop Stewart University, and I do bachelor's of agriculture and community development in year 2.
Okay.
My questions or my concerns are just two. And the first one is about skilling, then the second is, first one is about funding, and the second one is about skilling.
One,
as students, we have our association, Uganda National Students Association, but that institution, or our association, I think it is not being funded very well. A case in point, because like agriculture students, we have a lot of innovations. General to tell you, at Bishop Stewart, we do a lot of innovations. You shall visit us at our store and see. But as students, of course, we'll be struggling with tuition. We cannot get the money to do or to carry on our projects. For example, some who are involved in...
second question.
Okay. The second question is about skilling. We have all seen that agriculture is the backbone of our economy. Kunganga bana ba agriculture tuino kushasha kwa mani abo kuba tukwete tukufuna facilities eziri kumara kugira ngo tufune skills. Tuzayishomero ntushoma kumka all the matter is in theory, so I have a request to that. Twine two programs hariho emwe nibageta agro studies Israel kandi yakabiri nibageta agro internship in Europe. Those those two institutions nibatwara abana ba agriculture in those developed countries, we shall all believe that as Uganda we are still developing.
So no enda kuzahero.
Exactly. So those organizations zitwara abana hero bafuna skills. And we are seeing that we need... Yes, so we... I'm sorry.
No. He's coming next. You have said your point. Nenda kuzahero kusoma. No enda na keji sente za practicals. Next person, please.
Thank you. Nanye nimbasima Nostra Fandesare. Nwanyata Sabit Eric, the managing director wa NEMA Mixed Farm Limited.
Make sure you give me
NEMA Mixed Farm Limited does the following. We are in production. We produce yogurt. We produce honey. We produce ghee. We produce wine called NEMA Steady Fruit Wine.
Sente zakarango ziri mu muhanda
goes to Afande Sara kubanyiziro nkaijaka peke mirundi karukumi ninkuronda na ADC wawe nakimanya no mwishyo hari yeto mu office yawe nakimanya nkagire kizo nahandikire Ministry of Energy mirundi mingi nahandikire Wealth Creation NADS abantu reya ikijara byo mu itaka ryanjye amashanyarazi kuna abagambireho banje ahabwa factory as I'm in production. Nabagira you guys. Mwara umwitaka ryanjye without compensation. What is this? No, don't mind because you have a factory. We are going to give you power. We're going to connect you. We're going to extend the electricity to your farm. This is third year now. Pandikira PSO Ministry Energy recently. How can power be given to some individuals and leave people who are doing such a value addition production?
So no inda mashanyarazi.
Kindly, we have over 100 employees.
So you want?
How can NEMA Mixed Farm get power?
Oh, okay.
Leave alone kujangwa karomu itake baenda barabe bajende bareke compensating, but we urgently need power.
Kali.
Number two, I thank government, mostly Wealth Creation and NADS. Tukazomu Expo for Potro at the Wenzori University. We were there, I think all of you. Na tayukushaba kwanje hari muzei yajatunza supporting. I'm told that some machines are on ship, are on the way coming for dairy, value addition, whatever. Konkatu inebizuwe. NEMA Mixed Farm Limited we support local farmers.
Okay.
Because when we reached in the village after this corona and what, twashangaba and cooperative circles in the fabrizo. Bazikora umeza bazikora. Ati responsibility.
Ebyo makubira ije.
Yo kubarundana. Abamwe nakoze nabo MOU zo koragana nabo. Abamwe bahire shares like one called the Bishops Farmers Cooperative. I gave them free shares in my own company, family company, to see how I can organize them. There is a group of youth called the Mukore Youth.
Okay.
I'm funding them to kora bee farming. Nabagurire bihumbi nabakorere. Omuntu nkogo kwenda kurundana abantu abashangire batagurikire batayine. How can he be supported by government? And you tell us every day that we should support community to develop. Aheba kunyimira amashanyarazi. Nebindi things akubigamba. Echa muheru mwana mugamba ari Kongo nyonko zire research hari Kongo. Kwara wakatari kutwine kabanya Uganda. Karukongo. I have talked to people Busunga via Bundubujo, Ntoroko, Kasese. Already nyonyine ba agents baba Kongo kutwara products kachigumi. So they come get my products from border baba bitasiya. Meaning obwegiro mu East African community twaza kuganyirwa mu munonga. Konkankanye kizwe cyamane kinyine nari famwe company ye itwe supporting na community. Do we have cold rooms everywhere?
Okay.
Do we have trucks to transport those like finished products like yogurt, like ghee, like how can government intervene and support such a companies that have it at heart to support local farmers? I train
Biahoyo.
Echamuheru.
Atimuheru.
Nechamuheru. I'm sorry. Tukashaba ninjirane ejo request to His Excellency. Nareba grade and Bantera come. What is this? Why do you have youth hall conference? Something.
n'abantu wenda tu training eminyete egeri aho eminyete y'omubyariro kubi munonga tubarundane tubahe ebyo kukora tubafandinge tubasupportinge atwarebera hariho eki kya youth ningira bagira ngo no but for you why should it be youth that's government is it really in order
so
kindly electricity cyabasikana cold room nkaha haishi na border n'abandi ba farmers nkaba connecting abana God bless you
kare ati tiwaza kuhendera
amazina ganje n'umugisha Justice Baketunga ninkora na company bakweta Kaika Invest Co Limited. We are a research, business and development consultant company. For the last 15 years, we've been providing solutions to business people and the government as well. However, recently, we got 2 challenges from our clients, and my purpose of standing up to speak is to request Patricia and the General and Robert, let me reach you. Allow me to reach you. Even you, Robert, with your Twitter spaces, I follow you. Madam Sari, Professor Kazire, we've met before when you were establishing your banana plantation. So, Nanimbashava, with all the humbleness I have, these 2 challenges are too big for me. I cannot do them alone. I've done so many, but these 2 challenges, I passed your stall, Patricia, for UDB. I identified how I can be helped, but I'm praying and requesting that when I seek your intervention or your assistance, please allow me. Also you, Mr. General, we appreciate. When you showed us Kapeka, Robert, let me bring General to Kapeka. When you showed us Kapeka, after the video, I stood up as a standing ovation. I want to congratulate you, General. And one of the challenges that I've been faced with, it is almost similar, smaller but almost similar. So you will come in handy as our mentor on this project.
You will find him.
Yeah, thank you, Robert Rukari. You are my former MP, now I'm in Nibarara. Not Nibarara City.
Finished now.
Mwena nabara msia.
Hapana. Hata unakutera campaign uze kuronda na nkaya. Chief guest, General, Patricia and Pamela and my panelists, the time you asked me to manage has ended. The time I was given has ended. I'm a very disciplined person. I cannot go beyond this. I want to thank you very much. You have heard from the people who have the knowledge. We've heard your problems. Government officials are here. We're going to take roll call. We have written everything down. Whoever doesn't act, hachare, chindi cha chirichi, fishy, amashanyaraze, banana. By the way, I am going to say something. Now, since I'm also here, let me also take a chance. There is a big opportunity which I would like to encourage the Kazire na Bruce. Ebitoche bitu tubasa kukora mu amashoche g'abakazi using small machines. General, you may disagree. The Americans, yes. The Americans have just certified a company to import banana fiber from Uganda. And a rich man in America has just given them $1 million to be able to buy banana fiber from Uganda. And I'll tell you a very simple problem, Geraldine. UNBS does not have standards for banana fiber. Doesn't. So, for us, we know the best banana fiber for hair is Kabaragara na Kayinja. Those are the 2 best ones. If we can get these small machines fabricated, they make them there in Katwe. If we can have them fabricated and put where there's bananas, we shall make ebirago, nana mashoche, tuzekulya sente. Ababaji bakigambura ujungu rwabo turatu agency. So Bruce na Kazire nanye 2023 twara amashoche ya America. Nibyo ibyo mwebale mugaruke mwamushitami ni mwaba nibatkurikiriza mwebale mwatungo mugisha gwo kundebaho nyewende kabushenga mwebale munonga.
Wow.
What a session. Another round of applause for our panelists, the moderator. Robert, you never cease to amaze. Thank you for doing this. Ladies and gentlemen, I know, and maybe someone needs to say this in the local language, we all have a lot of burning issues. Unfortunately, time is never our friend. Thank God UDB has another day here. So we will be here tomorrow again, and we will have these sessions in the afternoon, and we will talk, discuss, we will do whatever it takes to make sure that we hear each and every one of you. So if you haven't been able to talk about your issue now, we will be here tomorrow afternoon. Oh, no, tomorrow all day from morning, by the way. So I had some gentlemen who wanted to talk about the money, how do you know, what is the credit like? Tomorrow we're talking about money. You want to see how to get it? Make sure you're here tomorrow at 8:30. And then we will be having a lot of interactive sessions as well. But thank you so much for all those questions that have been asked today. The teams have taken them down. And please, if you need to write, if you won't be here tomorrow, kindly write it down, especially to the person that you want to ask it, and we will ensure that it gets to them, and you will be notified of the answers. But we will be here once again tomorrow. We're wrapping up this program, ladies and gentlemen, and we just have one last presentation, and then we have lunch. It is a late lunch stroke dinner waiting for you. But we just have one last presentation from our Executive Director, Uganda Bankers Association, Will Broad, and he is online. It's going to be an online presentation, and I'm sure he's waiting. He's been waiting for an hour. He's been that patient. So Will Broad, if you're ready, we are ready for you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Barara. I hope that you can hear me. I'm trying to share screen, but I've been disabled. I don't know whether you can help. Hello?
We can hear you.
I can't share, I'm unable to share the screen. It is disabled, but perhaps I can talk through now.
That's okay. That's fine.
I may just have to talk through the presentation. In any case, having listened, it may have been better to just listen and learn. I've learned so much listening. But good afternoon. Let me observe all the protocol, including the honorable members, the organizers, OWC, General Saleh, UDB, the district leaders, both civic, business, and religious, the PSST. I only joined in the afternoon, and I've enjoyed the session. I listened to the PS of the ministry and the chair of the planning authority, and thereafter the discussions. Very, very rich, which is why at one moment I said probably it's better to listen more than even what I'd prepared to say. Nonetheless, I thank you very much. Mine will be very, very brief. Clearly, there's quite a bit of work for us to do, having listened to the conversations. I'm speaking on behalf of the Banking Association Fraternity, and I will spare you the detail of going into who we are, because we are 36 in number. The umbrella puts together the development banks, UDB being one of them, the commercial banks, the microfinance institutions, and the deposit-taking institutions. But the financial sector is wider than just commercial banks. We have the insurance sector, we have the private equity, capital markets, we have the lower tier circles who are much, much closer to the issues there. And there is a reason for this, because the different financial institutions provide different services at different levels. And I listened to a lot of the concerns. Some of them are at a very low level, at the micro level, clearly demonstrating that we still have gaps there. I want to say, and these are off-cuff remarks away from the presentation, I'm conscious of the time, that in today's session in Barara, very critical will be markets, and the whole idea should be to identify those regional competitive advantages that the Western region has and tap into the markets and ensure, together with all other bodies, government and all the other bodies, we ensure that there's market for the various products and services. Once there's market, it is easier for finance to flow. And therefore, I associate myself with the remarks that were made by the PS of the Ministry of Industry and the Chair of the Planning Authority, that yes, we can mobilize everything, but we have to have a market to sell and then generate the cash flows. I just want to talk about the areas that the banking sector would like to align with government and to support a cause, including in Western Uganda, where this session is taking place, as well as the country. We have drawn up a framework, and it covers about 10 areas on how the sector should align itself to the National Development Plan. And it covers various areas, including reforms in the financial sector, digital transformation, manufacturing, which I'm going to speak about, commercial agriculture, I'm going to speak about those two. And today I'll spare you the other details of urbanization, local content, SMEs, tax revenue, infrastructure development, and I'll also speak to the lending rates in conclusion. I would like to really just focus on the two areas of manufacturing and the agriculture sector. First of all, I think Patricia has done us proud to share what UDB is doing and the wider financial sector. But the manufacturing sector is powerful because it has what they call linkages and value chains, backward and forward linkages. They support a host of SMEs across the entire value chain. And therefore, putting focus in that sector has a multiplier effect in that it helps other sectors as well. Currently, the banking industry has exposure of about 2.2 trillion, but that's not enough to develop that sector. And the key concerns are quite obvious, that there's shortage of medium to long-term finance. And even when it is available, the pricing and terms and conditions can be difficult, and they may not be well structured because industries differ and the needs differ. I will not dwell on some of the thoughts we have. We are putting together as we speak. There are various things we are putting together. But let me just say that on the 25th and 26th of July, the banking fraternity will be holding a conference, and it is really going to focus on manufacturing and the tourism sector to unlock the potential, to understand the financing gaps, the available finance options, apart from the typical lending. There are other ways we would like to share so that we unlock this sector, which in turn will have a multiplier effect like I've just mentioned. And we will expect the PS, Ministry of Trade, to share with us quite a bit, as well as players in the tourism sector. I also just want to touch about the agriculture sector. Again, in the past, we've had a conference. Let me summarize this to say that the focus on value chains is most critical. And until we just narrow our focus on that, because we cannot solve all the problems at once. And therefore, understanding value chains and the needs is important. Recently, just last week, we had a meeting with the World Bank and IFC, and they were just talking about the dairy value chain. And they were talking about the quality of milk and issues there. I know that issues of standards were talked about earlier. But the potential that is there, and if those bottlenecks are then addressed, it can unlock a lot of opportunity, and financiers find a lot of comfort when those are unlocked and then the markets are available to generate the demand and cash flows to support those sectors. Once the financial sector sees those things, finances flow. And I think the idea is for us to work together. I just want to touch on one more aspect, and that is infrastructure, for the attention of General. The banking sector supports infrastructure and government directly, very, very heavily, through what we call syndication. Syndication means sometimes when the sector in itself doesn't have enough money, it mobilizes funding from outside the country to avail it to government for long-term development. This is a role financial institutions play heavily, but it is important that environment within which this is done is favorable, so that investors and those who mobilize money from are comfortable. As we speak now, we have an exposure of over 5.7 trillion in syndicated loans. And therefore, it's important that we create that atmosphere, whether in the judicial system, in government circles, that this is a good investment destination for mobilizing funds. Like we are looking forward to the conference in July and want to structure solutions beyond what is usual. There are very many other ways, alternatives of financing. There's what we call mezzanine financing. There are long-term partners. These days, there's even structuring financing so that you don't pay interest, but instead you can share dividends. We want to explore all these options, but more importantly, share with the borrowers like manufacturers and those playing in the tourism sector, those things that make you attractive and qualify for getting financing and accessing funding, so that the borrowers in turn prepare and meet the requirements, and as such, you can then extend more and more lending. This particular session was to demonstrate the resilience. I think the sector has demonstrated that through the COVID session. We restructured 7.9 trillion, and we've now extended that to the education sector and tourism sector. It means that if we work together, I think we can address those bottlenecks that constrain us, and we look forward to continue in this particular dialogue. So I'll keep my presentation short. I want to thank you. I've taken a lot of notes from the afternoon session. And once again, I thank you very much for this particular opportunity. Thank you.
A round of applause for Mr. Wilbrod. Thank you, Wilbrod, for sharing your insights on banking and particularly the collaborations within the sector to drive our country forward. Ladies and gentlemen, we are coming towards the end of our program today, but just a few housekeeping issues. Tomorrow, we'll start again at 8:30 in the morning. We invite you to keep time and be with us. We will discuss issues of money. There were a couple of questions. How do we access money? What are the requirements to access UDB financing? What are the bottlenecks that we are facing as a business community in terms of registration, the taxes, and all that? The different government agencies will be on hand to respond to those queries. And also to demonstrate commitment, there should be some sign-offs to demonstrate that commitment between government institutions and ensure that we move forward. Before we close, allow me to introduce Mzee Ambassador Francis Butagira, our chairman, Uganda Registration Services Bureau, and an elder in this region. As we close, I invite you to all stay here. You will be ushered for lunch. I will request General, as well as our panelists and the members of parliament to escort him on a tour of the stalls.
Okay. Which store? How many stores do you have? What are they exhibiting? Because I can't have time to visit
okay.
the near wow and those things. So where are we going?
There are a few stalls just outside the tent. If you would be kind enough to spare just 10 minutes to visit these stores.
Okay,
thank you.
No problem.
Thank you very much. So you will be accompanied by our panelists and the members of parliament that are available. The rest of us will please stay in your seats. At this juncture, allow me to invite the chairman of the National Coordinating Committee, the Honorable Rukari Robert, to deliver closing remarks and wish us off. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joshua. I can see our convener so far so good from the promise we made to him, but I would want to encourage all of us to have time and we pass through these stalls so that we can learn what exactly we are doing in our own ways before UDB comes in to help us. As Joshua mentioned, we are trying to see part of our deliverable cases of Deus, who has seen many challenges in financing. In between tonight and tomorrow, what conversation we can have with UDB, and Deus leaves this symposium smiling. That's the practical part the convener requested us. When we come here, is it about, he always says that we do too much English. Now we want to show that we are doing too much in Ankole. And by tomorrow, I can promise all of us, you shall see the deliverable about Great Ankole Symposium. Allow me to take this opportunity, introduce my colleague who came in, we hadn't introduced her, Honorable Rwenduru, the area MP representative of Shurhura district. Stand up for recognition. As guided by Joshua, a few people shall follow the convener. We pass through the stalls, and you shall be invited by the ushers, and others will also be guided as we proceed what we shall do thereafter to answer to have our lunch as prepared by OWC and UDB. I thank you once again and request that tomorrow we turn up early and conclude this symposium very well for God and my country. Ongeza tena.
A song for OWC, you don't have it? Chivuka. You first listen to the song and then because these days. But Ankole, really. You should have prepared more, because this is the biggest challenge you have is organizational. The biggest challenge you have is organizational. Because Uganda National Farmers Federation, the Ankole branch, should have prepared a memorandum for this bank. Uganda Cooperative Alliance should have prepared a memorandum for this symposium. Ukusku, the one of savings, should have prepared a memorandum for this symposium. Uganda National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mbarara branch, I don't think they are even here. Then a member of Gatsby, like a small industrial park. Gatsby people, where are you? That's the only industrial space that I know in Ankole, and it's like my boys' quarters in Kapek. But they are the only people who have the industrial space. But they haven't even talked. I don't know why. Hold on for the song so that I can. Chiwuka. So, Gatsby. Then you have now the regional industrial incubation center at Rushozi. But none of you has visited it. You OWC have been there, but you go there like visitors because you are not allowed inside. So organizationally, really, I don't know how you are going. Uganda Manufacturers Association, your branch, Kazeri. You are talking like individuals. You saw the conflict between Methuselah and Deus. Yeah, because if we found you like one block, or Uganda coffee mirrors, at least for us, for me, I'm in the grain sector. For you, for us, if you come to TGCU, you'll find us ready. We have even just published our diary this months and days and all that. So, Chairman, you have assured me that by tomorrow, you will have an output. And so you are on your own. So you listen to that song of OWC, and if you want more songs, we can also. And I think next weekend, 26th, we will be having a huge concert here. Get back to work for a concert. But what I discovered is that the Wanyankore don't know how to sing. No, they bamanyo kutagura, bamanyo ku. But modern, like the current dancing style, they can't. That's where Central has completely weight up that entertainment industry completely. You'll see one or two Tindatine, and I think there is another guy. But the rest you are talking like that. There is nothing numanya kutonga na konga. Karel hangaba kwatse. Thank you so much.
It's in your power to bring transformation. As long as you can begin right where you are. This is the time to grab opportunity. Imikisa government jetu wade kwata joina government yongereko, because together we can break free. Jetu kagawale ngatulima ngatulunda jetu simbe tukulakulane ekwanga yafe. Operation wealth creation. Tukulakulane obulamu waffe. Obugagga ntuyo zikulukuta ogenda obummula zikuggwako obwavu tugobe. Embrace the future, 'cause this is the time to grab opportunity. Emikisa government jetu wade kwata joina government eyongereko, because together we can break free. Muje kawale ngatulima ngatulunda muje tukulakulane ekwanga yafe. Mobilization of mass population for poverty eradication, agricultural production, industrialization, commercialization is what we do. Ngatulima, ngatulunda, muje tukulakulane ekwanga yafe. Operation wealth creation. All over the land, I hear the people calling out, at your poor. I see your body same as mine. I see your dreams the same as mine, same as mine. I see the different color tribe, but in the heart there is no line, there's no line.